by arbitration, Dr. Gandhi's untiring efforts to create a peaceful world has been recognized at international level. This video is a glimpse of recognition of impact of CMS education so well guided by Dr. Jagdish Gandhi through his CMS World Unity Education Department. Dr. Gandhi, born a Hindu, has embraced Baha'i religion. He went to Israel in 1974, regarded by Jews, Christians, and Muslims as the biblical Holy Land. He has a very democratic approach towards religion. In 1974, he had the opportunity to visit United Kingdom, where he hosted the Second International Youth Conference in London. Since then, there has been no looking back. In late 20th century, Dr. Gandhi visited Japan, and from there he pioneered the concept of quality in education through student quality control circles. First world-level recognition came in 1999 when Guinness World Record certificate was given to City Montessori School as the largest school by pupils. UNESCO Prize for Peace Education was awarded to the school, for which the CMS founders traveled to Paris in 2002. On 5th October in 2009, Bashkir State Pedagogical University, Ufa, Russia, awarded an honorary doctorate degree in education to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi at a glittering convocation ceremony for devoting 50 long years to the service of society and humanity at large in the field of education and building a world fit for children and generations yet to be born. Later, he met Mr. Almas Mustaif, pro-rector of BSPU, which ultimately resulted in signing of Memorandum of Understanding to promote international exchanges between BSPU and CMS. During the course of his visit, he was invited by the Montessori School in Ufa.
Different at certain moment in human history, education must also act as a powerful instrument of profound parents that in the society. And in the parents, the prime minister will also come. The king and rulers will come. Because everybody is a child.
Two renowned civil society organizations also felicitated Dr. Gandhi with diplomas. Other programs at Moscow included a guest lecture to the undergraduate students of Moscow State University of Psychology and Education.
This unity in the world is the biggest problem of the modern age.
Say something. Go a little closer.
Hello.
Yeah, so shift a little in front.
Hello.
Say a line.
Prayer is the raising of one's mind and heart.
about darkness. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the need of others is an art.
The representatives from the various religions who have come here today to bless our students and parents who have gathered to support us. A very warm welcome to all of you. The
Hello.
students of
Good
all
morning, everyone.
different religions participate as representatives of each religion, which makes them also
A very good
understand,
afternoon to everyone
love,
present here.
respect and accept the differences and the commonalities of all the religions.
मेरे मित्रों, हम लोग ऐसा मानते हैं कि सभी धर्मों का स्रोत एक परमात्मा है। एक ही परमात्मा की ओर से सभी धर्म युग युग में आए हैं।
I feel personally extremely privileged to come to your campus today, and I mean it sincerely because something very special is happening here this morning.
सर्वधर्म समभाव के उद्देश्य से ये आयोजन किया गया है और विगत कई वर्षों से ये आयोजन आप लोग बहुत ही श्रद्धा से, बहुत ही लगन से, बहुत ही आशापूर्वक से इस संसार को बेहतर बनाने के लिए करते आ रहे हैं।
Most respected परम श्रद्धेय श्री जगदीश गांधी जी, जिनकी जो दूर है, जिनकी वाइब्रेशंस हैं, वो केवल सीएमएस के इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नहीं इन्फ्लुएंस करी, पूरे वर्ल्ड को इन्फ्लुएंस कर रही है। और हमारा सौभाग्य है कि उनके इस अथक प्रयासों से हमको हर बार ये मौका मिलता है।
ये हम सब के लिए एक बहुत ही गर्व का, फख्र का मौका है कि हमारे बीच में एक ऐसी डायनामिक पर्सनालिटी जो हम सब के लिए इंस्पिरेशन है, हम सब के लिए एक मिसाल है कि ऐसे वक्त में जब पूरे मुल्क के अंदर और पूरी दुनिया के अंदर मजहब के नाम पर, जात के नाम पर, बिरादरी के नाम पर फसाद कराए जाते हैं, मजहबों के नाम पर बांटने की बात की जाती है, ऐसे वक्त में अगर कोई शख्स मजहबी रवादारी को कायम रखने की बात करता है तो वो डॉक्टर जगदीश गांधी।
हमारी पूरे गवर्नमेंट से अपील है और हुकूमत से अपील है, सरकार से अपील है कि वो सर को पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित करें पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित करना इनकी इज्जत अफजाई नहीं होगी बल्कि पद्म विभूषण की इज्जत अफजाई होगी।
We may have different so-called religions, but actually we all are one.
To reveal the marvelous lamp. If you light a lamp for someone else, it will also brighten your path.
A very good afternoon and welcome to all the participants on the second day of the second virtual International Interfaith Conference. The theme of this conference is Sustainable Development Through Religious Inclusivity. I greet you all and I thank you all for participating in this conference and taking time to be here with us today. I would like to let you know that yesterday was the first day of the conference, and we were blessed by Honorable Justice Adil Umar Sharif, who is the Deputy Chief Justice of the Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt, Chief Patron and founding member of the International Interfaith Harmony Conference, which was initiated under his guidance in the year 2010. Honorable Justice Adil Umar Sharif spoke on the promotion of dialogue among the various religions required to reduce the clash, to remove diversity, and to promote global peace. He commented that people should come forward in this process of seeking compatibility needed to acknowledge the religious differences and preserve the religious heritage for a better tomorrow. The next speaker yesterday was our own resource, a very knowledgeable person and a journalist by heart, very creative, Mrs. Shipra Upadhyay, principal of CMS Jopling Road campus. She discussed and shared her views as religion being the basis of all conflicts and interfaith dialogue as an effective way of working together to promote the well-being of all, forgetting the differences created on the basis of color, caste, and creed. She encouraged that the teachers should guide and channelize the energy of the students for sustainable development to not only save the environment, but also create a beautiful world of love and peace. Two very prominent speakers yesterday were Ms. Dara Feldman and from the Virtues Institute and Ms. Fiona Dwinger from Generation Global. They participated with great zeal, propagating the thought that this occasion is to celebrate diversity and learn from it, to share our views with fellow beings and harmony, promoting global understanding between different faiths. The importance of dialogue over discussions, over debates was emphasized by Ms. Fiona Dwinger. Ms. Dara Feldman talked about how virtues can help us to include students, children, people of different religions into our lives and build a peaceful world. Dr. Hong presented through a video the consequences of climate change and highlighted that religion can be an integral feature of sustainable development. He is the president of Federation of World Peace and Love. Today, again, we have some very excited speakers and very, very enthusiastic participants. So I encourage all the participants of the Zoom meeting to keep posting your questions in the chat box so that we can make this session a learning session and an interactive one too. Thank you very much. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome. Over to you, Ms. Arbina.
Prayer is the raising of one's mind and heart to God. It is better in prayer to have a heart without words than words without heart. To take the blessings of God, let us now witness the prayers.
I bear witness, oh my God, that thou hast created me to know thee and to worship thee. I testify at this moment to my powerlessness and to thy might, to my poverty and to thy will. There is none other God but thee, the help in peril, the self-subsisting. Oh God, guide me, protect me. Oh God, guide me, protect me. Illumine the lamp of my heart. Illumine the lamp of my heart. And make me a brilliant star. And make me a brilliant star. Thou art the mighty and the powerful. Thou art the mighty and the powerful.
All religions have a common goal. Every religion, when followed faithfully, leads to God. Every religion gives its followers instructions for how human beings should act toward one another. With these thoughts in mind, let us now witness the all-religion prayer presented by the students of Class 3 of ASHRFABAD campus.
रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणं श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणं नव कंज लोचन कंज मुख कर कंज पद कंजारुणं श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन।
तेरे ही नाम से हर इब्तिदा है, तेरे ही नाम तक हर इंतहा है। तेरी हमदो सना अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह के तू मेरे मुहम्मद का खुदा है। सतनाम श्री वाहेगुरु। तू प्रभु दाता दान मत कोरा, हम थारे भिखारी जियो। सतनाम श्री वाहेगुरु।
As morning dawns and day awakes, to you I bring my need. Oh gracious God, my source of strength, in you I live and breathe. Each hour is yours by wisdom planned, each deed empowered by sovereign hands. Renew my spirit, help me stand, be glorified today.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि, धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि, संघं शरणं गच्छामि।
त्याग मूर्ति तू शांत चित्त तू योग रूप संसारी, दया प्रेमान मानवतेचे प्रतीक तुझी ईश्वरी। सिद्ध मूर्ती सिद्धार्थ गौतम सकलांचा स्वामी।
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि, धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि, संघं शरणं गच्छामि।
एक कर दे हृदय अपने सेवकों के, हे प्रभु। एक कर दे हृदय अपने सेवकों के, हे प्रभु। निज महान उद्देश्य उन पर कर प्रकट मेरे विभु, कर प्रकट मेरे विभु, कर प्रकट मेरे प्रभु। जब सबकी एक है धरती और सबका एक गगन, फिर काहे को फिरता कोई काम में मगन, कोई काम में मगन। सब धर्मों का सभी जगह हो सुंदर एक भवन, जिसके प्रांगण में हो एकता शांति और अमन। हृदय एक हो सबके, एक हो सबकी भावना, मिलके करे सब प्रार्थना, तब आएगी सद्भावना। मिलके करे सब प्रार्थना, तब आएगी सद्भावना।
I now request Principal Ma'am to kindly invite our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Roshan Gandhi.
Thank you. As Chief Executive Officer at City Montessori School, the world's largest city school with over 57,000 children across 18 campuses in Lucknow, Mr. Roshan Gandhi is leading organizational transformation and modernization, empowering CMS's 4,500 plus strong team to deliver a bold new vision for quality, skills-based education. He has also overseen overhauling of CMS's infrastructure, business operations, and tech integration. A graduate from the University of Oxford, with an MBA in Educational Leadership from University College London. Mr. Roshan is also currently pursuing a PhD in Educational Leadership at UCL, that is University College London. He has worked in and continues to consult for multiple educational technology companies, is a frequent keynote and panel speaker at educational conferences, and frequently publishes on educational topics. I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir, for participating and addressing the participants of this conference and taking out time from your busy schedule. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Trapti ma'am, for that generous introduction, and very good afternoon and Jai Jagat to everyone present here, and especially welcome to all of our guests who have joined us nationally and internationally to join the CMS family for this wonderful event. And I must congratulate Mr. Trapti Dwivedi and the team at CMS ASHRFABAD for conceiving of this important event on a very important and relevant topic: sustainable development through religious inclusivity. And the reason why it's so important and relevant, I feel, is that sustainable development is now one of the key goals that the world has set before itself and that this school has set before itself. I think the world recognizes very strongly that there is an absolute need for development that is sustainable in all the different areas. You will all be familiar, of course, with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 areas laid out to commit to sustainable development. But also rapid developments in the world recently have put this into the public imagination in a renewed fashion. In particular, the COP26 conference recently held in the city of Glasgow happens every year, but this year it was particularly significant because it raised a lot of public interest and awareness. In particular, there were a lot of protests from young people who, while acknowledging that there is value in leaders coming together and trying to make policies, they also were complaining, rightly perhaps, that apart from all these policies made by very important people and leaders and politicians, nothing will happen unless there is real action at the ground level. There's a recognition that grassroots action at the level of individual communities and individual people, is the only way to really make sustainable development happen in reality. And the reason why I think it's valuable to link this to the idea of religious inclusivity is because religion has such a powerful impact at the level of communities and individuals. Religion is a motivating factor. It's something that individuals relate to very strongly at the grassroots level, more than anything that is said to a person by a politician, more than anything that someone reads in the news or hears in a lecture or hears one of their leaders saying. What they will want to do and pursue and believe in is what religion teaches them. And so religion has this profound effect on galvanizing individuals, motivating people to act in a particular way, to act in a particular direction. And the notion of religious inclusivity is very important here, because I believe that, religion has many facets to it. And most religions teach concepts that people relate to and that I think most people can agree are right concepts. There's no religion that doesn't teach that people should be good to each other, that people should treat others as they would like to be treated, that unity is important, that love and respect is important. There's no religion that doesn't promote these sorts of values. And so the values promoted by religion are values that individuals and communities can relate to. And inclusivity means that those values can be detached from the religion that promotes them. And this is, I feel, a very important aspect of how religious inclusivity can promote sustainable development. Because, all too often, religions, religious leaders, religious followers, while promoting the ideals of their religion, they also promote the religion itself. They try to convert people to their religion. They try to promote getting people to sign up to particular beliefs and teachings. And I think what is really powerful is when religious groups and religious individuals separate the desire to convert people to become a member of a religion from simply promoting the good values and the good teachings that are universal and that are taught by all religions. And I think the power of those values transcends the label of the religion. And so when it comes to communities, those religious values, when taught by religious groups in a detached manner from the religion itself, can really take hold and galvanize communities to take action. Now, I also believe that sustainable development is something that can be achieved only through education, because in order to develop a citizenry who is engaged in the kind of activity that leads to sustainable development, that citizenry needs to be educated towards sustainable development. And so global citizenship education is such a fundamental facet of education for sustainable development, apprising young people of the goals of sustainable development, whether that's through the framework of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals or otherwise, is a vitally important mechanism for empowering young people to go forth in their communities and make positive change. And again, so much of that global citizenship is linked to people's character, to young people's characters, their motivations, their desire to make a contribution, their self-belief as agents of positive change. And again, all of those ideas of being an agent of change, of being a positive contributor to society, all of those ideas are rooted and they're found in all the religions as well. And so again, when the religious teachings, the positive religious teachings are brought forth without too much emphasis on promoting the religion itself, then again, students, young people get apprised of these values, and they're able to receive these values in a way that they can relate to, believe in, and then actually act in accordance with later on in their lives. And so I think what we've seen are examples from many religious communities. You know, there's no need to name religions because all religions have sub-communities within them that do this in a very positive way. Is they work with young people, particularly people at the most impressionable age, you know, the junior youth age, perhaps the age of you know, early teenager years, where you're most impressionable and ready to learn and ready to imbibe values. And many religious groups work with individuals, young people in that age group, and help them think about their own place in society, help them think about how they can contribute, and help them develop an understanding of why they should contribute. A spirit of service, for example, is inculcated by many religions, that it is a person's duty to go out into society and make a positive contribution. And so those religious teachings, when fed through these religiously neutral you know, study opportunities, leads young people to develop these values and gives them a strong sense of self, a strong sense of citizenship, a strong sense of duty to go out and make positive change in society. So in this manner, I really feel that religion can have an impact on sustainable development by teaching people in the right way, by promoting education for sustainable development, provided that religious teaching is detached from promotion of specific religious faith. And so I very much congratulate the team for organizing this event on this topic. It's a very sophisticated topic. There are a lot of angles to it, and I very much look forward to hearing what our esteemed speakers are also going to bring to the table today. I believe that every religion contains within it aspects of the values that will lead to young people taking up ideals of sustainable development. And so it's very, very important that as educators, we also engage with this possibility so that we in our classrooms can also bring global citizenship education to the table, whether that is motivated by religious teachings or otherwise. It's an extremely valuable thing to do. Our external participants here will be pleased to know that CMS has recently recommitted to expanding our program of global citizenship. It's something that global citizenship is something that's been close to the heart of the CMS family since the foundation of CMS. It's encapsulated in our motto, Jai Jagat, which means hail the world, which was in deliberate contrast to the prevailing motto at the time of Jai Hind, which was a nationalistic motto. And CMS adopted this globalist mindset. And through CMS events, through conferences, through cultural items, through extracurricular activities, from the beginning, CMS has been promoting global citizenship ideals to its students. And now we've committed to taking global citizenship education to the next stage, beyond all of these extracurricular global citizenship activities. The question is, how can we really integrate global citizenship education into every aspect of our curriculum, into every lesson plan? And this is something which CMS is very excited to be taking forward in the near future. And we'll be seeing even more sensitization of young people to global issues, matters of global importance in the very near future. And that will enable them, hopefully, to go forward and make positive change in their communities in the direction of sustainable development. So thank you very, very much for your time. Thank you again, Trapti ma'am and the ASHRFABAD team for organizing this. And I look forward to hearing from the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roshan. You very rightly said that grassroots action at individuals' life level is very important, and that religion has a powerful impact in communities, and we can harness this power of the religious leaders and the religious representatives when they are within their communities to galvanize the people to act in a particular way. And that particular way should be the way of, inclusivity, the way of making each person feel comfortable. And that is how global citizenship education is going to help this junior youth age level, where we will incorporate the GCEs within our curriculum, with the help of which we will be able to have children who will go on to become the agents of transformation in the society. And the hand-holding will be done by the teachers, of course, because they are the guides. They are the ones who support and make sure that each and every student is activated, is engaged in this learning. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you continue to be with us in this conference. And as you said, in the second session of today's conference, we have a session by Ms. Mariam, who will be talking to us about how global citizenship education can help us to attain sustainable development through religious inclusivity. Also, we will have Dr. Suhail Mohajir, who will talk about the Junior Youth Empowerment Program that is ongoing and spreading wings in all campuses of CMS to empower the youth, to hear their voices, to give them the catalyst to act and to contribute to the society. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Arbina.
If we believe that prayer is the central core of life, then dance, which becomes prayer, also expresses our relationship with God. This prayer must originate from our deepest selves. Let us witness the prayer dance performed by the students of Class 4 of ASHRFABAD campus.
रोशनी का कोई दरिया तो है, हाँ कहीं पे जरूर। रोशनी का कोई दरिया तो है, हाँ कहीं पे जरूर।
रोशनी का कोई दरिया तो है, हाँ कहीं पे जरूर।
play an important role in our mental, physical, social, emotional, and spiritual development. They are the precious gift of God for us. They help us in every step of our life. Their presence is what matters the most. To thank God for this precious gift, let us witness the Qawwali presented by the students of Class 5 of ASHRFABAD campus.
अपनी जन्नत को खुदा के लिए दोज़ख न बना, अपनी जन्नत को खुदा के लिए दोज़ख न बना, अपनी जन्नत को खुदा के लिए दोज़ख न बना, अपनी जन्नत को खुदा के लिए दोज़ख न बना, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा। मेरे मालिक मेरे आका मेरे मौला ने कहा, मेरे मालिक मेरे आका मेरे मौला ने कहा, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा। बाप के प्यार से अच्छी कोई दौलत क्या है, माँ का आंचल जो सलामत है तो जन्नत क्या है, बाप के प्यार से अच्छी कोई दौलत क्या है, माँ का आंचल जो सलामत है तो जन्नत क्या है। ये है राज़ी तो नबी राज़ी है, राज़ी है खुदा, ये है राज़ी तो नबी राज़ी है, राज़ी है खुदा, ये है राज़ी तो नबी राज़ी है, राज़ी है खुदा, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा। उनकी ममता ने बहरहाल संभाला तुझको, किस कदर प्यार से माँ बाप ने पाला तुझको, उनकी ममता ने बहरहाल संभाला तुझको, किस कदर प्यार से माँ बाप ने पाला तुझको। रहमते मौला से कुछ कम नहीं साया इनका, रहमते मौला से कुछ कम नहीं साया इनका, रहमते मौला से कुछ कम नहीं साया इनका, अपने माँ बाप का तू दिल न दुखा, दिल न दुखा,
I thank the students of ASHRFABAD campus for that lovely presentation. What a gathering we have here this afternoon. We have dignitaries from different parts of the world, members from management, principals, teachers, students, all brought together on a common platform for one cause, that is rooting for development through communal harmony. And I take this opportunity to bid a very warm welcome to all of you, especially to our renowned guests who took out their valuable time and made a huge effort to join us today to the second day of the virtual Interfaith Conference. We are really appreciative and offer you all our most grateful welcome. We begin with session 1 of the day 2 of the conference, and we are privileged and honored to have with us our first guest speaker. She is Miss T.K. Garbo. Miss T.K. Garbo graduated from the University of Sydney, Australia. She is a fellow member of the CPA Australia, a member of the Hong Kong Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and a fellow member of the Taxation Institute of Hong Kong. She worked for the Big Four accounting firms in Hong Kong and Singapore, participating in the restricting of Chinese state-owned companies for initial public offerings in their overseas listing. In the commercial field, she was then involved in an IPO project and some acquisitions. In 2008, she was in charge of an acquisition project in New Zealand. And after the completion of the transaction, she also successfully passed the fit and proper person interview with the Civil Aviation Authority of New Zealand. She is the first Asian CEO in New Zealand Aviation Company and thus served as CEO of this new New Zealand Aviation Manufacturing Group of aircraft design, aircraft parts supply, and aircraft manufacturing. Ms. Garbo served as first contact person of that type certified in liaising with other state aviation authorities, including CSA, FAA, ESA, and CAAC. So we welcome you, ma'am, and over to you for your presentation. Thank you. Ma'am, you are muted. We can't hear you.
Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Can you hear?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Professor Gita Gandhi, every guest, or every teachers, students in this conference. Thank you so much of having me to have a few minutes talk with the students in India. First of all, you have already introduced myself. I am an author of a children's fiction novel as well. It was published in English, Chinese, recently Arabic, Tamil, and a couple of other publishing, other language publishing right has been released since 2016. This is the English one, and then this is the Chinese, and there's a Indian little girl here, and then this is another traditional Chinese. And the Arabic version, I yet to receive a copy. It has been published recently. And I always have a plan to turn it into a musical. And that is the reason I learned how to deliver a concert. And I organized a charity concert of 2,000 audience to raise surgery fund of millions for underprivileged children. And now I'm soon to be a student again, my PhD study in education. I am a believer of lifelong learning. An important message I always want to share with young people, which is you are a winner. You win your life, as life is fascinating, as full of challenge. We just need to enjoy the turbulence and take away the best and leave the challenges behind. When I first started to have the ideas to write this novel, it was started as a hobby in creative writing. when I was a CEO of an aircraft manufacturing group. I see all cultures in one. I see all religions in one. I hope all religions can accept this novel. People from all cultures can see themselves in this novel. In this regard, I would like to quote one page from the novel. When a mother and her daughter, after enjoying a Diwali barbecue party at New Zealand Sands Beach, they look at the big round moon and say, Chinese Mid-Autumn Festival is also celebrating a night with a full moon, with the family members enjoying dinner and reunion. The mother tells her 6-year-old girl, every culture has its own beauty, but they're the same in the end. The girl questioned, Mother, how can they be different, but the same in the end? The mother explained, in the end, all culture advocates mutual respect, be honest, and love for your family members. So they are the same. I'm keen to share with students on multiple topics, and I trust as an adult, we should play a good role as an educator. I enlighten the vision for children, enhance children's overall well-being, share more of our life journey, and encourage our young people to pursue their own dream, despite of future countless challenge. I wish next time we could talk to each other face to face. Thank you very much for having me today. Thank you.
For joining us today. And I request the teachers and the students to kindly put forth your questions. Over to Ms. Shweta Khare for the question answer session.
Thank you, Shagufta ma'am. Ma'am, the first question for you.
Yeah.
How does religious belief contribute in helping society more towards sustainability?
As I said that all culture I see is one. All culture I see as one. All religion as we see one, because love. As long as we have enough love, everything can be resolved. Every dispute, every conflict can be resolved. If there's something you cannot resolve it, that means there's not enough love. So I think when we go back to the first things, religions is also kind of we must give understanding, mutual understanding, enough love to all the conflicts. So I believe that when we talk about all the obstacle, all the desire, or our dreams, or what we want to achieve, when we have enough understanding, mutual understanding, enough love elements to put in, we should resolve all the obstacles.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I open this question answer session for the attendees here. Anybody who would like to ask ma'am can raise their hand. I request the participants to please make this session interactive. Okay. I think, ma'am, you have explained us so well that we do not have any more questions. Thank you so much for joining. Over to Shagufta, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You very rightly said that our lives are full of challenges, problems, and difficulties. But faith in oneself and faith in the Almighty can help us stand firm and fight all odds and come out as winners. And youth of today should be encouraged and motivated to have firm belief in ourselves. We once again thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. You're so much welcome.
Now we have So once again, I thank Ms. Cabo for joining us. Moving further, we have a very renowned speaker among us, and he is Honorable Shri Vaidyanath Das. Shri Vaidyanath Das ji is a renowned ISKCON member in Germany, and he regularly represents Hinduism, Sanatan Dharma, in the interreligious dialogue in Hamburg, and is also board member of Hindu Forum Germany. Vaidyanath was born in Hamburg, Germany in 1952 and joined Vishwanism, one of the main currents of Hinduism, after graduating from high school. In 1973, he accepted His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON, as his spiritual master and took monastic vows. Until 1989, he worked within his Guru's organization in Europe and the USA. After that, he was employed in the insurance industry in Hamburg, maintaining his family of 5, during which he continued his religious work on a voluntary basis. Since 2013, he has been devoting himself again mainly to Hindu teachings. In his hometown, Hamburg, he is involved in teaching Hinduisms at school and in the interreligious dialogue. Vaidyanath Das ji holds the Hindu title of Bhakti Shastri, which means trained in the scriptures of the Bhakti tradition. He is also on the managing board of Hindu Forum Germany. We welcome you, sir, and over to you for your words. Thank you.
Good morning from Hamburg, Germany. I'm very pleased to be with you. Most of you seem to be from South Asia, so I'm kind of far away, but I'm holding the flag for Sanatan Dharma up here in Hamburg, Germany, and also, as you said, in the Hindu community in Germany. So I'm very happy to contribute to this conference of such very learned persons from SMS school there. You're all very educated. And in the previous speakers, they emphasized the role of religion, that religions of the world have so much to offer. So in my presentation, I want to mention a few things that Sanatan Dharma religion has to offer for world peace and understanding amongst human beings and understanding between mankind and nature and environment. So I take as the basis of my presentation this Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita as it is. Bhagavad Gita is the most well-known Hindu scripture, and it is known everywhere in the world, actually. Now, in this Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna, the teacher and also avatar of Lord Vishnu, he gives some basic instructions on world peace. There is even one chapter in Bhagavad Gita, divisions of faith. Now, when we talk of divisions of faith, today we would look at the world religions, being Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, as well as others. But in this Bhagavad Gita, these religions are not mentioned. Why is this? Divisions of faith. Because at the time that this Bhagavad Gita was spoken by Lord Krishna, other religions did not exist. It was only this one Sanatan Dharma religion, which has survived until today under the name of Hinduism. So still, these teachings in Bhagavad Gita are considered universal. There are many scholars who studied Bhagavad Gita also Western scholars. We have German scholars, even like Goethe, Schopenhauer, and others studied Bhagavad Gita. So this Bhagavad Gita has to offer so much for world peace. In it, Krishna declares in the 5th chapter that a person in full consciousness of me or God, knowing me or God to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme Lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace, peace from the pangs of material miseries. So in this verse, Krishna explains that if you want to have real peace, we have to be God conscious. How can we be God conscious? We can all be God conscious when we are well versed and trained in our own religion. As I said, at the time the Gita was spoken, other religions didn't exist yet. But if we are well trained in the tenets of Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Judaism, and so on, and practice what we are taught, which is the main challenge, actually, practice what we are taught, then we will have peace in mankind. So Krishna encourages everybody to actually become well-versed in his own religion. There are also some other instructions. I quote from one book from the Upanishads. It's called Isha Upanishad. And this is the first verse. Ishavasyam idam sarvam. Everything animate or inanimate that is within the universe is controlled and owned by the Lord. Actually, Ishavasya means clad or dressed, clad, put in robes. We are all dressed by God. This is the literal translation of Ishavasyam. One should therefore only accept those things necessary for himself. See, the understanding is that nothing belongs to mankind or animals or anybody. It all belongs to God. But we all have our share, and we are entitled to enjoy our share or accept our share. One should therefore accept only those things necessary for himself, which are set aside as his quota, and should not accept other things, knowing well to whom they belong. So the understanding is we should know to whom things belong, that is God. And since things belong to God, we don't have a right to encroach on them, but we only have the right to use our quota. But we have to respect the right of other living entities to use their quota, because it's entitled to them, awarded to them by God. Now this understanding, Ishavasyam, or being clad by God, that translates into rules, religious rules. And there is one famous scholar in India, his name is Chanakya Pandit, 4th century before Christ, at the time of Alexander the Great, minister at the court of Chandragupta Maurya. There's in New Delhi, there's one suburb is named after him, Chanakya Puri. This is where all the embassies are located. And he gives some symptoms of a qualified person or a scholar. Actually says a scholar, Matrivat Paradarishu. He sees all women except his wife as his own mother. This is maybe a challenge to some modern people. Then the second one, more acceptable. He is not more attracted to the property of others than to rubbish in the alley. This doesn't mean that, you have a car, but for me, your car is no better than rubbish. You've got a rubbish car. It doesn't mean that. But this verse means I'm not attracted to your property, just like I'm not attracted to the rubbish in the road. And then this is also called the golden rule. He treats all other living beings as he would like to be treated himself. So Bhagavad Gita also says that a yogi, he understands the suffering and the enjoyment of other living entities, just as he understands his own sufferings and enjoyments. And this is the basic necessity in modern world that is missing, and that is called one quality of empathy. Empathy means actually to feel the situation of other living entities, to feel their suffering and enjoyment, to understand what their desires, what their needs, and respect them. And this is missing in today's world. People are not at all empathetic. They think the only thing that is important is my own desires and my own needs, interests and concerns. So mankind, unfortunately, has been behaving like a bulldozer for the last maybe 1,000 years or something, leveling earth and building huge structures and encroaching upon the rights, especially of the animals and nature and of other peoples. Unfortunately, in history, we have seen that Europeans, I'm European, I'm from Germany, have instituted their own values all over the world. So they should be repentant. This was not a good idea. They are an invasive species. We have seen many invasive species. Even in Germany, we have invasive species. They kill the domestic species. So unfortunately, Europeans have been behaving like that. Point to consider. So this empathy is very important. Now, this empathy is not an easy thing. In order to be empathetic, one has to develop a type of sensitivity. And this type of sensitivity arises with the advancement in God consciousness. So we can only be sensitive towards the feelings, needs, and interests of other living entities if we are God conscious. Because after all, God is the father of all living entities. Therefore, actually, the entire creation, all living entities, they are brothers and sisters. We are in the family of God. We are in God's family, and we understand other living entities' rights and needs if we have a good relationship to the common father. Then if we understand God as the common father, then Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the entire world is a family, and we are all brothers and sisters, and we love each other and we respect each other's needs. And this will be the solution for peace in the world, for mankind, for today's problems. And this is what the Sanatana religion actually teaches, and other religions as well. So I really encourage everybody to dive into the teachings of his own religion and accept God as a supreme father and understand the entire creation, mankind, animals, everything, all species as one family. So then there will be love and peace and all that we desire. So please consider this. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, sir. You very rightly brought out the meaning of empathy, where you mentioned that we should not just understand the sufferings of ourselves, but we should be more considerate and understand the sufferings of others. You also mentioned that if we want to have real peace, we should respect all religions, because nothing belongs to mankind. Everything belongs to God, the Almighty. The well-being of mankind, its peace and security are unattainable until and unless its unity is firmly established. And this is possible only if we put our whole trust and faith in the Almighty. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Our next speaker for this afternoon session, I think we have some questions there. All right. Thank you so much. So over to Miss Asna and Miss Shweta for question answer session.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts. We have Vinita Kamran, ma'am, who has raised her hand. Ma'am, we would love to hear from you.
Yes. Please unmute me. Please unmute me.
Ma'am, we can hear you. Ma'am, you need to unmute your own device.
I did it. Now
yes.
yes.
Thank you.
Actually, it was a very interesting and a very valuable talk, sir. We have benefited a lot. You spoke about empathy, and I just want to tell you that we are now in our schools, City Montessori schools, we are giving lots of stress upon empathy, and we are trying to develop soft skills into our children. Secondly, you also said about, the treat others, like you gave an example as a rubbish. This is an indifferent attitude, which I think something great to learn, that we should be indifferent towards the riches and things of others. The things which I want to ask, I'm just to the things which I want to ask is that first thing is, what led you towards Sanatan Dharma? I'm very curious to note a personality, great personality like you, like in your hay time, what led you towards Sanatan Dharma? And secondly, if you have to tell us one thing about Gita, the teaching which you like the best, if you could that also tell us about that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, what led me to Sanatan Dharma? Well, I was very young. I was 20 years old. I was a student, kind of disillusioned. This was the time in the West when there students dropped out of society and were alienated. They couldn't identify with the material advancement that society was heading for, especially in the West. So that was my generation. And I was just looking for the purpose of life. And I'd always been interested in religion. I even visited my priest because I went to church school, and I had a talk with my priest and asked him, if I really want to be dedicated like one of the disciples of Jesus Christ whom we read about in the Bible, then what should I do? And he didn't have any answer. He says, well, find out for yourself, finish your school, then learn a profession. These existential questions will solve themselves as you become of age. So I was a little sorry on one hand because he didn't have any real plan for me, but on the other hand, I understood I have to find out myself. And then later I asked myself, what do I want to do in life for a profession? I thought, well, I want to have something to do with religion. And so I visited different centers here in Hamburg. At that time, we had the Hare Krishna movement, and we had Divine Light Mission from India, and we had Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Those were the main missionary centers we had here of other religions. I checked them out, and I found International Society for Krishna Consciousness most convincing because they offered me a lifestyle. I could actually live a simple life, go out, work as a religious worker and so on. So this is how I got to know Sanatan Dharma in Bhagavad Gita, especially in the other scriptures that we have. And then, what was your second question again? Excuse me. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. I can't hear you, sorry.
The second question
other question was, sir, that suppose about Gita, the one thing, which strikes you the most, the one lesson, the one experience, the one which the best to be told to the children, the one thing which strikes you the most.
This is one thing that has always impressed me in Bhagavad Gita is, one sloka, it's Bhagavad Gita 5:18, Vidya Vinaya Sampani Brahmani Gavihasini Suni Chaiva Svapakicha Pandita Samadashina. The humble sage, by virtue of true knowledge, sees with equal vision a learned and a gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog eater. I mean, this is so puzzling. How can we see an elephant and a Brahmana to be the same? How will that be possible? It will only be possible if we understand both of them are actually spiritual beings. They're God's creations, and God is sitting in their heart. Therefore, we give them due respect. We bow down before the Brahmana, and we leave the elephants their space to live. I mean, in India, you have this environmental crisis also. Elephants, mankind takes away the elements' space to live, and like this. But proper behavior would be to respect creatures like elephants and leave them their space to live. Don't encroach upon their homes. Protect them like this. I find this is very puzzling and difficult to understand. Can only be understood if we see spirit, soul in every living entity.
Thank you so much, sir. So it was a very enriching session. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your question. Ms. Sarita Bhaskar is ready with her question. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, it was indeed a very enriching session. And of course, Bhagavad Gita, you elaborated. But my question here, sir, is that Bhagavad Gita is not just a religious scripture. It is a kind of science of life. It talks about the law of karma. And the problem is that this particular thing, we should be there. It should be there in the school curriculum also. The children should be taught. The children should know about the principles of this, the Gita. But how can we actually reach the children without emphasizing? Because the moment we talk of Gita, it is being classified that this is a Hindu scripture. So many might object that why we are promoting some kind of Hinduism in school, or we are promoting a particular religion. But this Gita, as you said, doesn't belong to any one particular religion. It talks about the law of karma, which is very important nowadays in this cutthroat competition. How can we actually simplify it and teach our children about this law of sensitivity and karma and things like that, which they need in today's world? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. This is a very good question. It was also mentioned in the beginning by the first speaker that religions have to look beyond their own limits. There is a tendency in human beings to identify first with their home, then with their family, their city they live in, their country, their nation, and so on, and fight for the so-called protection of these identifications. So religion sometimes also, if religion is understood immaturely, people identify with their religion and say, well, my religion is the best. And I only consider members of my religion to be good. People of other religions, I don't know. They are of secondary value, and I will defend my own religion against members of other religions even. So this is a mistake. This is a very neophyte and immature understanding of one's own religion, which one has to raise above. But how do we raise above? In the Bhagavad Gita, we have several teachings by Bhagavan Sri Krishna on the modes of material nature. In the mode of ignorance, one will consider one's own body and one's own family to be supreme. One will not be able to understand other living entities. One will be unable to have this empathy, which we were talking about earlier. And then there's also, even in the mode of passion, which is conditioned by ambition, material goals, and so on, one is even more enthusiastic to promote one's own ideas in terms of one's ideas about sense gratification or even religion. That's religion in the mode of passion. One will actually want to go out with a sword and, like the spread ones, because one thinks it's supreme. But we can also rise to the mode of goodness, sattva guna. It's called sattva guna. And sattva guna, even if one is on the beginning stage of religion, a beginner with little faith, if he is in sattva guna, then he'll understand the needs of all living entities, and he'll see the equality instead of the difference between living entities. He'll see, okay, this person also has 2 hands and 2 legs. We have something in common. That's sattvic understanding. Even the animal also has ears and eyes. We have something in common. But a passionate understanding will be, he is different because he's wearing different clothes, he has a different religion. Huh? See, sattvic understanding or understanding in the mode of goodness will mean to find the same values in all religions. And that we have to rise to. And that is quite possible by living life in that mode, being vegetarian and so on. Yes.
Next question we will take from Miss Shiksha Tripathi.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question to you is that I'm also a follower of ISKCON, a lifetime member of ISKCON. I just wanted to know what is the basic difference that you find between Sanatan Dharma and your religion of Christianity. Do you think there's any difference between the two since you are so much engrossed into Sanatan Dharma? Do you think there's any difference between the two? Or the teachings perhaps?
Yeah, well, this afternoon I happened to give a presentation at one museum. There's a religious dialogue. I have to speak about Lord Ganesh, you know Ganesh. And so there's a Buddhist, he speaks a lot about Lord Buddha, and then there's a Muslim lady also. So main difference between Christianity, the religion I was born into, and Sanatan Dharma is that it is monotheistic. That means there's only one God, and Christians have difficulty understanding that people may be worshiping other gods. You know, even you have Christianity, Muslim, and Islam. Those Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Those three monotheistic religions. They are more or less. They understand they are worshiping the same God. But then with Hinduism, see, I have to explain Lord Ganesh to them. They say, well, he's worshiping elephant. Huh? They worship different gods. Hindus do that. I mean, some worship, we have Vaishnavas, we have Lord Vishnu as supreme. Other Hindus, they worship Lord Shiva as supreme. Huh? Others even worship Lord Ganesh as supreme. Others worship Durga or Parvati as different. Hindus have different gods. Huh? So that is very hard to understand for monotheists. And now, okay, you're all members of Sanatan Dharma, you know how to deal with this. Amazingly, Hindus, although they worship different gods, they feel their unity. So that is the main difference. And monotheists, although they worship the same God, they always quarrel amongst each other. Even Christianity, you had in the past, in history, you had Catholics quarreling with Protestants, or Christians with Muslims, and Christians with Jews, and Muslims with Jews, although they claim to be worshiping the same God. But Hindus, although they worship different gods, they sense this unity. That is the main difference, I think.
Thank you, sir. Now we will take a last question for you. Ms. Nivedita Shukla has been patiently waiting to ask. Ma'am, you please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Jai Jagat, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for really the valuable inputs you have given. But still, I have a query in my mind that how religions can wisely build up peace in our society.
Yeah, this is a matter. It's not a matter of only the religions being present and teaching, but it's a matter of every religious person realizing, the values that their religion teaches. We can hear so many instructions, but ultimately we have to improve ourselves. This is what this religion is meant for. It's actually meant to build the character. Religion is not meant to be a thing amongst armchair philosophers, as my spiritual master says. People sit in their armchair, they discuss. No, it's a matter of what you actually do in your life. Even in Sanatan Dharma, you can see there are so many ideas. Who is God? How does it look beyond matter? What's transcendence? But they all agree that we follow certain principles, certain ethical values truthfulness, austerity, purity, and mercifulness. We follow those values, whether we worship Ganesh or Lord Shiva or Lord Vishnu. We follow those values, and this is what unites them. So religion actually means we have to do what we are taught. We have to practice. If we don't practice, we can continue discussing for ages and nothing will ever happen. So this I think is important.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderfully answering all the questions. Over to Shagufta ma'am.
I thank the audience also for actively participating in the sessions. And of course, I thank a lot to sir because for very patiently you have answered all the questions. Thank you so much, sir, for being there.
Okay.
Our next speaker for this afternoon session is His Holiness Acharya Dr. Lokesh Muni. Dr. Lokesh Muni ji is a versatile thinker, writer, poet, and social reformer, and he has been continuously making efforts for national character building, development of human values, and establishing non-violence, peace, and mutual cooperation in the society from the last 39 years. He has traveled on foot about 20,000 kilometers throughout the country for removing social evils and for propagating moral values. In order to give practical shape to these values, he founded Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati and thus made his field of activities spread throughout the world. We welcome you, sir, and over to you for your presentation.
Cannot hear you, sir. Please unmute yourself. May I request the host of the meeting to please check the settings?
Thank you.
Thank you. We can hear you now, sir.
सबसे पहले मैं सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल और उसके संस्थापक आदरणीय गांधी जी को बहुत-बहुत साधुवाद देना चाहूंगा कि उन्होंने इंटरनेशनल इंटरफेथ वीक के इस अवसर पर इस जूम मीटिंग के माध्यम से बहुत ही सुंदर एक इंटरनेशनल इंटरफेथ कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया है। मैं अभी मेरे मित्र को सुन रहा था, बहुत ही विद्वत्तापूर्ण विचारों को। मैं इस अवसर पर यह अवश्य कहना चाहूंगा कि इस समय जो दुनिया की हालात हैं, उस हालात में इंटरफेथ डायलॉग की सर्वाधिक आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि युद्ध, हिंसा और आतंक किसी समस्या का समाधान नहीं है। हिंसा प्रतिहिंसा को जन्म देती है। वार्ता के द्वारा, संवाद के द्वारा, पीस थ्रू डायलॉग के द्वारा मेरी दृष्टि में हर समस्या को सुलझाया जा सकता है। और अंतर धार्मिक सद्भाव के लिए बुनियादी ये जरूरत है, जैसा अभी विद्वान वक्ता कह रहे थे। देखिए, मनुष्य मशीन का प्रोडक्शन नहीं है। ऐसे में विचार भेद, रुचि भेद, चिंतन भेद ये सब स्वाभाविक है। और लोकतंत्र में तो मतभेद को भी विकास का माध्यम माना गया है। कठिनाई कहां उत्पन्न होती है? जब मतभेद मनभेद का रूप धारण करते हैं। अनेक धर्म हैं, अनेक मजहब हैं, अनेक संप्रदाय हैं। कठिनाई ये नहीं है। कठिनाई तब उत्पन्न होती है, हम अपने धर्म को तो सर्वश्रेष्ठ मानते हैं, किंतु दूसरे धर्मों का जहां आदर और सम्मान करने की बात आती है, मैं अनेक बार कहता हूं, हम अपने अस्तित्व की तरह दूसरों के अस्तित्व को स्वीकार करना सीखें। हम अपने विचारों की तरह दूसरों के विचारों का आदर करना सीखें। हमारा ये भारत देश अनेकता में एकता उसकी मौलिक विशेषता है। बहुलतावादी संस्कृति इस देश की खूबी है। सर्वधर्म सद्भाव उसका मूल मंत्र है। और एक धर्म गुरु होने के नाते मैं यह अवश्य कहना चाहूंगा कि धर्म जोड़ना सिखाता है, तोड़ना नहीं सिखाता। धर्म के क्षेत्र में हिंसा, घृणा, भय, नफरत इसका कोई स्थान हो ही नहीं सकता। अपेक्षा इस बात की है हम अपने धर्म का ईमानदारी पूर्वक पालन करें, किंतु दूसरे धर्मों का भी आदर और सम्मान करना सीखें। अगर इस विचार को हम आगे बढ़ाते हैं, मुझे लगता है अनेक समस्याओं का समाधान संभव हो सकता है। देश और दुनिया से जुड़े हुए विद्वानों से मैं ये निवेदन करना चाहूंगा। अभी मेरे से पूर्व विद्वान वक्ता ने सनातन धर्म की भी चर्चा की, अनेक देवी देवताओं की भी चर्चा की, अनेक मतांतरों की भी चर्चा की। मैं फिर से इस बात को रेखांकित करना चाहता हूं, आज का व्यक्ति गीता को मानता है, गीता की नहीं मानता। महावीर को मानता है, महावीर की नहीं मानता। मोहम्मद को मानता है, कुरान की नहीं मानता। अपेक्षा इस बात की है सभी धर्मों में विशेषताएं हैं, श्रेष्ठताएं हैं। अपेक्षा इस बात की है कि हम सभी धर्मों की विशेषताओं को, श्रेष्ठताओं को आत्मसात करें। और इसके लिए सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल अनेक बार विशिष्ट प्रयास करती है। मैंने देखा है, चाहे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय इंटरफेथ वीक का मसला हो, मैंने तो इस स्कूल को यूनाइटेड नेशंस के प्रांगण में भी प्रत्येक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस के अवसर पर वहां पर पार्टिसिपेट करते हुए यहाँ के विद्यार्थियों को मैंने देखा है। वहां पर ऐसे के अंदर गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में मुझे लगता है अब एक ऐसे मंच की जरूरत है जहां सभी धर्मों के लोग साथ बैठ करके, सभी मजहब और संप्रदाय के लोग साथ बैठ करके, विद्वान लोग जो उदारवादी है, जो समन्वयवादी है, जो दुनिया को बेहतर बनाने की ललक लिए हुए हैं, लेकिन उसका शुभारंभ जो है, जब मैं एजुकेशन सिस्टम से जुड़े हुए लोगों को संबोधित कर रहा हूं, मैं आपके मंच के माध्यम से सरकार को भी ये बात जरूर अपनी पहुंचाना चाहूंगा कि हमारा मॉडर्न एजुकेशन सिस्टम जो है वो केवल लेफ्ट हेमिस्फीयर को जगाने का काम कर रहा है, जो कि बुद्धि, गणित, तर्क के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है। किंतु हमारा राइट हेमिस्फीयर जो इंट्यूशन पावर के लिए, जो स्पिरिचुअल डेवलपमेंट के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, आज वो सोया पड़ा। प्राचीन समय में हमारे यहाँ की जो शिक्षा प्रणाली थी, आज अपेक्षा पुनः इस बात की है कि थ्योरेटिकल शिक्षा के साथ साथ प्रैक्टिकल शिक्षा, जो सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए, जो संतुलित विकास के लिए, क्योंकि ये विज्ञान सम्मत तथ्य है कि हमारे इसी मस्तिष्क के अंदर एनिमल ब्रेन भी मौजूद है, जहां पर पार्श्व कृतियां जन्म लेती है, तो इसी मस्तिष्क में नियोकॉर्टेक्स परत भी है, जहां पर मानवीय और दैविक वृत्तियां जन्म लेती है। प्राचीन समय में और आज के आधुनिक मॉडर्न मेडिकल साइंस अब इस बात को स्वीकार कर रहा है कि अगर स्टूडेंट का सिंपैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम ज्यादा सक्रिय है या पैरासिम्पैथेटिक नर्वस सिस्टम, या तो वो हीन भावना में चला जाएगा, दब्बू रह जाएगा, या इतना आक्रामक बन जाएगा। जैसे वर्जीनिया की यूनिवर्सिटी में एक स्टूडेंट ने 32-33 स्टूडेंट को शूट करके रख दिया। बंधुओं और बहनों, यूनेस्को का संविधान भी इस बात को स्वीकार करता है कि युद्ध मैदान में बाद में लड़ा जाता है, पहले हमारे मस्तिष्क में उत्पन्न होता है। आज अपेक्षा है प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से ही शिक्षा के अंदर ऐसे तत्वों को समावेश किया जाए। हमारी वर्तमान की शिक्षा शारीरिक शिक्षा पे ध्यान दे रही है, बौद्धिक शिक्षा पर भी बहुत कुछ ध्यान दे रही है, किंतु मैं कहना चाहूंगा इसके साथ साथ मेंटल डेवलपमेंट यानी इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट, मानसिक विकास और भावात्मक विकास, ये जो पहलू अछूता रह रहा है, अपेक्षा है अगर उसे जोड़ा जाए तो निश्चित रूप से सर्वांगीण शिक्षा प्रणाली के द्वारा आज डॉक्टर बन रहे हैं, वकील बन रहे हैं, इंजीनियर बन रहे हैं, किंतु अपेक्षा है अच्छे इंसान का निर्माण कैसे हो। इसलिए मैं अधिक लंबा समय नहीं लूंगा, समाप्ति की ओर ले जाते ही अवश्य कहूंगा, एक व्यक्ति गाड़ी लेके जा रहा था, संध्या का समय, ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाले ने देखा कि गाड़ी के लाइट नहीं है, रोकने की चेष्टा की, भैया गाड़ी कहां दोहरा रहे हो, उसके लाइट नहीं है। ड्राइवर ने कहा बीच में से हट जा नहीं तो मारा जाएगा, इसके ब्रेक भी नहीं है। वो गाड़ी कितनी खतरनाक होगी जिसके लाइट भी ना हो और जिसके ब्रेक भी ना हो। मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे, वो इंसान कितना खतरनाक होगा जिसका अपना इंट्यूशन पावर जागृत नहीं है, जिसके अपने इमोशंस और पेशेंस पर नियंत्रण नहीं है। आज अपेक्षा इस बात की है। मुझे याद आता है इब्राहिम लिंकन ने एक पत्र लिखा था अध्यापक को। अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति ने कहा आप मेरे बच्चे को गणित पढ़ाएंगे, भूगोल पढ़ाएंगे, खगोल पढ़ाएंगे, किंतु मैं ये चाहता हूं कि आप ऐसा भी कुछ पढ़ाएं कि जीवन में जब उतार चढ़ाव आए तब धैर्य कैसे रखना, तब मानसिक संतुलन कैसे रखना, तब बैलेंस कैसे रखना। आज उस संतुलन को पुनः स्थापित करने की आवश्यकता है, और वो संतुलन की स्थापित करने की कड़ी जो है वो है वैल्यू एजुकेशन के अंदर, वो है पीस एजुकेशन के अंदर। और प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से ही पीस एजुकेशन जैसे कार्यक्रमों को इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाए। मैं इस कार्यक्रम को लेके संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के मंच पर भी गया, वहां के उस समय के यूएन के डायरेक्टर जनरल फ्रांसिस्को के साथ चर्चा हुई। मैं आपके इस मंच के माध्यम से पुनः उस बात को उठाना चाहता हूं कि अगर हमें दुनिया से हिंसा और आतंक को खत्म करना है तो हमें रूट कॉज पर ध्यान देना होगा, हमें उसके जड़ में जाना होगा, हमें उसके मूल में जाना होगा। और जड़ में, मूल में जाकर के अगर हम प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से वैल्यू एजुकेशन को जोड़ते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छे व्यक्ति का निर्माण होगा। और जब अच्छे व्यक्ति का निर्माण होगा वो हिंसा में नहीं जाएगा, नफरत में नहीं जाएगा, घृणा में नहीं जाएगा, तोड़ मोड़ पूर्वक प्रवृत्तियों में नहीं जाएगा। और ऐसे के अंदर ये इंटरफेथ वीक की जो भावना है वह स्वतः साकार होगी। मैं इसी अवसर पर पुनः सीएमएस स्कूल और उसके प्रबंधनों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं कि वो समय समय पर इतने सुंदर कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन करते हैं। आइए बंधुओं, हम सब मिलकर के दुनिया को बेहतर बनाने के लिए सुधरे व्यक्ति, समाज व्यक्ति से, राष्ट्र स्वयं सुधरेगा। हम व्यक्ति निर्माण पर ध्यान दें और खासकर धर्मगुरुओं का ये दायित्व है वो व्यक्ति निर्माण का, और प्रशासन का काम है व्यवस्था के निर्माण का। व्यक्ति और व्यवस्था का समवेत रूप से अगर सुधार हो तो निश्चित रूप से स्वस्थ समाज की संरचना, हेल्दी सोसाइटी का निर्माण हो सकता है। पुनः आप सबको जुड़ने के लिए और मुझे सुनने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। साधुवाद। ओम अर्हम।
Thank you so much, sir. You very rightly said that through dialogue, all problems can be sorted out, and thanked our founder, manager, Dr. Gandhi, for organizing such an important and relevant International Interfaith Harmony Conference. You also mentioned that diverse cultures, unity in diversity, and oneness of religion are the basic qualities by which our country is recognized. You also said that youth's energy should be channelized in the right direction so that youth of our country becomes the agent of change and positively contribute towards the upliftment of the society. The supreme need of humanity is cooperation. The stronger the ties of fellowship and solidarity amongst men, the greater will be the power of constructiveness and accomplishment in all the planes of human activity. We once again thank you, sir, for being with us. And over to the team of the interactive session for the question answer round.
थैंक यू शगुफ्ता मैम। सर, जैसे कि आपने चरित्र निर्माण की बात की, हम जानना चाहेंगे कि विद्यार्थियों में चरित्र निर्माण और आध्यात्मिक स्थिरता लाने के लिए समाज में क्या परिवर्तन किए जाने चाहिए?
बहुत ही अच्छा प्रश्न किया है आपने कि विद्यार्थियों में चरित्र निर्माण के लिए, आध्यात्मिक विकास के लिए मैं समझता हूं 2 आयामों पर हम चर्चा कर सकते हैं। एक है स्थायी समाधान और दूसरा है तात्कालिक। स्थायी समाधान के संदर्भ में 2 बिंदु बनते हैं। एक, मैंने कहा कि मूल एजुकेशन सिस्टम को ठीक करने की जरूरत है और प्रारंभ से ही एजुकेशन सिस्टम में उन मूल्यों का समावेश हो तो एक अच्छी पौध का निर्माण होगा। दूसरा, हमारे एटमॉस्फेयर का, हमारे परिदृश्य वातावरण का बहुत बड़ा असर होता है। एक बच्चा स्कूल में कुछ घंटों के लिए रहता है, अभिभावकों के साथ रहता है। प्राचीन समय में क्या होता था हमारे यहाँ पर, हमारी दादियां, हमारी नानियां संध्या के समय बच्चों को पास बिठाती थी, बोध कथाएं सुनाती थी और जाने अनजाने उन कथाओं के माध्यम से जो संस्कार संक्रांत होते थे वो जीवन भर काम करते थे, ताउम्र। एक बार एक फौजी को बहुत दिनों के बाद छुट्टी मिली, क्योंकि फौजियों को छुट्टी कम मिलती है सेना में, और कोई देश पर आकस्मिक कोई कारण हो तो मिली हुई छुट्टी भी रद्द हो जाती है। ऐसे के अंदर सैनिक के मन में बड़ा उमंग था कि मैं घर जा रहा हूं महीनों वर्षों के बाद। छोटे से कस्बे का रहने वाला था, शहर में आके उतरा, वहां से अपने गांव की ओर पैदल जाना था उसे। तो शहर से कुछ उसने फल खरीदे, कुछ मिठाई खरीदी और उसको लेकर के गांव की ओर पगडंडी के रास्ते से पैदल रास्ता नापते हुए पहुंचता है। जब अपने गांव के किनारे, तो गांव के किनारे एक चाय की होटल पर 4-5 युवक बैठे आपस में मजाक कर रहे थे, हंसी मजाक। एक युवक ने कहा कि देखो आज मैं चमत्कार दिखाता हूं। अब चमत्कार नाम में बड़ा आकर्षण होता है। बोले बताओ बताओ क्या बताते हो? बोले देखो ये जो सैनिक आ रहा है ना, मैं इसको बिना टच किए, बिना हाथ लगाए इसके सर पर जो टोकरी है नीचे गिरा दूंगा। बोले ऐसे कैसे गिरा दे, तुम्हारे पास कोई रिमोट कंट्रोल है? शर्त लग गई। सैनिक ज्यों ही होटल के उस चाय के खोमचे के नजदीक से पहुंचता है, इतने में युवक एक आवाज लगाता है, अटेंशन, और यो कहते ही सैनिक के हाथ नीचे आते हैं और टोकरी गिर जाती है। ये कहानी है, केवल एक रूपक है कि वो सावधान, अटेंशन शब्द सुनते ही वो ऐसा नस्गत हो गए संस्कार कि जो ही वो शब्द सुनता है, चाहे सपने में भी सुने, सावधान की मुद्रा में हो जाता है। ठीक उसी तरह से आजकल हमारे पास बच्चों के लिए समय नहीं। हम जैन मुनि पदयात्रा भी करते हैं। एक बार दिल्ली में पदयात्रा करते हुए मैं एक कीर्ति नगर क्षेत्र में गया और मैंने पूछा परिचय करते हुए पारिवारिक सदस्य से कि बेटा कौन सी क्लास में पढ़ रहा है? तो उसके पिता जो है पहले तो अगल बगल झांकने लगे, फिर बोले महाराज जी ये 9वीं में पढ़ रहा है। अंधेरे में तीर मार दिया। इतने में बगल उसकी मम्मी खड़ी थी, बोले नहीं नहीं इस साल ये 10वीं में। बोले हमारा जी 10वीं में पढ़ रहा है। यानी अपनी संतान कौन सी क्लास में पढ़ रही है। एक तो भाई से मैंने पूछा तुम्हारा बेटा कितना बड़ा है? बोले इतना बड़ा। अरे मैंने कहा ऐसे क्या? बोले गुरुजी सच्चाई ये है कि सुबह मैं उठता हूँ उससे पहले वो स्कूल चला जाता है और शाम को मैं लौट के आता हूँ उससे पहले वो सो जाता है। मैंने ऐसे ही ऐसे देखा, कभी ऐसे देखा ही नहीं। ये एक व्यंग है वैसे तो, लेकिन क्या हम आत्मावलोकन करें कि आज हमारे घर परिवारों की ऐसी सिचुएशन नहीं बनती जा रही? तो ऐसे के अंदर चरित्र निर्माण ये कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि वैक्सीन का इंजेक्शन लगाया और हर्ड इम्यूनिटी पैदा हो गई। उसके लिए बड़ी तपस्या की जरूरत होती है और वो तपस्या है हम नियमित रूप से बच्चों को समय दें। और दूसरे में मैंने स्थायी समाधान की बात कही कि हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम के अंदर वैल्यू एजुकेशन को, पीस एजुकेशन जैसे कार्यक्रमों को इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाए। बौद्धिक और शारीरिक शिक्षा के साथ साथ मानसिक विकास, भावात्मक विकास, चारित्र विकास, इन पहलुओं को, किसने कहानी नहीं सुनी सत्यम वद धर्मम चर क्रोधम मा कुरु, है ना? मैं फिर लंबा नहीं करूंगा एक ही प्रश्न को, तो हम सभी जानते हैं। लेकिन केवल आदमी सिद्धांत से नहीं बदलता है, उपदेश से नहीं बदलता है। उपदेश से बदलता तो सारी दुनिया ही बदल गई होती। मैं बिल क्लिंटन से जब मेरी मुलाकात हुई, अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति से, मैंने उनसे कहा पीस पे आप भी बड़ी बड़ी कॉन्फ्रेंसें करते हैं और हम सन्यासी तो लाखों की भीड़ जुटाते हैं इंडिया में, लेकिन आदमी केवल सिद्धांत से, केवल उपदेश से नहीं बदलता है, बदलाव आता है प्रयोग से। तो आज प्रयोग आधारित उस एजुकेशन की जरूरत है, और ऐसा होता है तो मुझे लगता है बड़ा समाधान हो सकता है।
Thank you, sir. Now we'll take questions from the audience. Miss Arfia Siddiqui, you are requested to unmute yourself.
A very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon.
I hope, yeah, I'm audible.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm first I would like to salute the efforts of our most respected founders, Gandhi sir, Mrs. Gandhi ma'am, our most respected founder manager sir and founder director ma'am, and the entire CMS fraternity for promoting such environment of peace and harmony. This is a great effort from the part of the CMS team to promote interfaith dialogue. Sir, I have really heard your views also, Lokesh ji, Acharya Lokesh ji. It was very impressive. You talked about the emotional, mental, character development of students that is only possible through education. The question is how to promote interfaith dialogue or harmony at the grassroots level. We are promoting at our level as teachers. We are teaching our students in CMS. This is the prime agenda, you can say, or the vision of our visionary founders to promote interfaith harmony among students. We are giving this value education to our children. But back home, when they go, there is a resistance. So at the grassroots level, why can't such dialogues, such festivals or conferences be organized where the common people also are involved so as to enlighten them? Why can't all these religious leaders, the spiritual leaders come together and have such meeting at the grassroots level? Then only this whole purpose can be accomplished, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this.
बहुत ही अच्छा विचार आपने रखा। मुझे लगता है कि सबसे पहले तो अब जगदीश गांधी को एक जगदीश गांधी नहीं, कई जगदीश गांधी की मुझे जरूरत है। अगर ऐसा होता है तो ये अभियान आगे बढ़ सकता है। महात्मा गांधी हुए, अनेक वर्षों के बाद आज हमारी नई पीढ़ी शायद आश्चर्य करती होगी कि एक नियत था व्यक्ति, सशस्त्र सेनाओं को अहिंसा के बल पे खदेड़ के रख दिया। दूसरे में मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि देखिए कि इस प्रकार की सेमिनार, कॉन्फ्रेंस, संगोष्ठी, उसमें सब अच्छी बातें सभी कहते हैं। कोई ये एक मंच पे खड़ा होकर नहीं कहता है कि हमारे धर्म में मारने काटने की बात है ना। सभी कहते हैं हमारा, जैसा अभी मेरे से पूर्व विद्वान वक्ता कह रहे थे कि हर व्यक्ति अपना धर्म को श्रेष्ठ बताता है, अपने भगवान को, अपने गुरु को, अपने देवता को। लेकिन मैं कहूंगा प्रैक्टिकल अगर कुछ समाज में जरूरत है तो उसके लिए जब तक, अब जैसे मैं अगर धर्म की बात करता हूं कि धर्म का तेजस्वी स्वरूप समाज में क्यों नहीं है। धर्म के दरअसल 3 आयाम है। पहला है उपासना, दूसरा है नैतिकता और तीसरा है अध्यात्म। आज कठिनाई क्या है, केवल उपासना को ही धर्म मान लिया। मंदिर में गए, घंटा बजाया, प्रभु अरे अवगुण चेतना धरो, समदर्शी है नाम तुम्हारो, चाहे तो पार करो। और हम समझते हैं आज के पाप सारे साफ, और फिर कल से वही घोड़ा और वही मैदान। मैं उपासना का विरोधी नहीं हूं। उपासना के पीछे भी बड़ा साइंटिफिक कारण है, किंतु मैं यह अवश्य कहना चाहूंगा केवल उपासना को ही सब कुछ मान लेना अपेक्षा है दूसरा आयाम जीवन में नैतिक और चारित्रिक मूल्यों का समावेश, और तीसरा इससे भी महत्वपूर्ण है जीवन में अध्यात्म का अवतरण। और जब अध्यात्म का अवतरण होता है तब स्व और पर के बीच की भेद रेखा मिट जाती है। हम सबके भीतर 3 प्रकार की चेतना है, स्वार्थ की चेतना, परार्थ की चेतना और परमार्थ की चेतना। लेकिन जब तक हमारा स्वार्थ हावी रहता है तो व्यक्ति को परार्थ और परमार्थ न दिखाई देता न सुनाई देता है। एक मित्र ने दूसरे मित्र को फोन किया कि हेलो, वो मैं राकेश को भेज रहा हूं 10 लाख रुपए दे देना। तो कह रहा है हेलो हेलो क्या कह रहे हो, आवाज नहीं आ रही है। अरे उसने कहा अरे जो 10 लाख रुपए दिए थे ना, मैं राकेश को भेज रहा हूँ, दे दो उसको। बोले हेलो हेलो क्या कह रहे हो, आवाज नहीं आ रही है। अब आजकल का मोबाइल का जमाना था नहीं, बीच में ऑपरेटर था, उसने कहा जी आवाज तो साफ आ रही, वो 10 लाख रुपए मांग रहा है। बोले तेरे को सुनाई देता हो तो दे दे, मेरे को तो सुनाई दे नहीं रहा। जब तक भीतर में स्वार्थ प्रबल होता है तो व्यक्ति को परार्थ और परमार्थ की बात न दिखाई देती है न सुनाई देती है। इसलिए अध्यात्म का अवतरण, भेद विज्ञान की अनुभूति, स्व पर का जहां पर भेद मिटता है, और अगर ऐसा होता है, दूसरे में मैं व्यवहारिक समाधान कहूंगा। जैसे मैं जैन परंपरा से हूं, भगवान महावीर का जन्मदिन आता है, हम महावीर जयंती मनाते हैं। कोई क्रिश्चियनिटी में है तो वो यीशु का मनाते होंगे, है ना। कोई अपने अपने धर्म का, सभी हिंदू रामनवमी मनाते होंगे, कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी। एक नया काम प्रारंभ, शुभारंभ किया जाए कि रामनवमी या कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी या पैगंबर साहब का जन्मदिन, ये क्यों न जैनी मनाए, और क्यों नहीं भगवान महावीर की जयंती जो है वो सनातन या दूसरे धर्म मना। अगर हमें कहीं न कहीं से प्रैक्टिकल शुरुआत करनी होगी, और ऐसा अगर हम सभी लोग करने लगते हैं, सुधरे व्यक्ति, समाज, व्यक्ति से राष्ट्र स्वयं सुधरेगा, तो निश्चित रूप से बदलाव आ सकता है। लेकिन उस बदलाव के लिए हमारी मानसिकता तैयार हो, और उसका स्थायी समाधान होगा जीवन में अध्यात्म का अवतरण हो। केवल सांप्रदायिक कट्टरता, जातिवादी जुनून, ये हमारी सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल लखनऊ में, यूपी में है, और अभी चुनावी माहौल चल रहा है। आपने देखा होगा, देखते होंगे किस तरह से जातिवादी जुनून, सांप्रदायिक कट्टरता उभरा जा रहा है अपने लाभ के लिए, है ना। समाज आए धाड़ के अंदर, मैं रहूं, मेरी कुर्सी रहे। तो इस प्रकार का जब भाव होता है तो बहुत बड़ा नुकसान होता है। अपेक्षा है जब अध्यात्म का अवतरण होगा फिर ऐसा नहीं हो पाएगा। इसलिए मैं अनेक बार फिर से कहता हूं, शिक्षा ही एकमात्र माध्यम है जीवन में बदलाव के लिए। और फिर कहूंगा इसके लिए भी एजुकेशन सिस्टम को ठीक किया जाए। हाँ जी, थैंक यू।
Miss Hina Shireen, you may ask now. Ma'am, we cannot hear you.
Yes, I switched on my mic. I'm very happy to be with all of you, and I would love to put one question. How do you think, what is the key idea for putting together all the religions and all the spiritual movements into one human family?
Hello?
I put my question.
Yeah.
Have you heard my question?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are waiting. We are looking for your response.
नहीं, आपका जो प्रश्न है उसका बुनियाद यही है कि जब तक, देखिए, एक है संप्रदाय और दूसरा है अध्यात्म। अध्यात्म से, स्पिरिचुअलिटी से जब जुड़ाव होगा तब जाकर के उसका समाधान होगा। इसलिए अपेक्षा है हम धर्म से अध्यात्म की ओर आगे बढ़े, और वही एकमात्र समाधान है।
Thank you, sir. You very rightly said that in order to find a solution, we must be connected to spirituality. That's the only solution. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to Miss.
Thank you so much,
Shireen.
Yes, thank you so much. I totally agree with you that we can be together only when we appreciate the spirituality. And there is one religion, it is love. And we are all one, children of one God. And we are here to create. I'm now today in the special land in the nature, in the depths of Siberia, we are going to create international youth peace village.
Yeah.
And we invite Shishir Srivastava. She was going to come to Siberia this summer on the 25th of July, their time. And that's why I hope that maybe the miracle will happen and you can come to this land where 5,000 people live together from different cultures, different countries, different colors of skin together, living in the nature, sharing skills for life. Because we are not, yes, really. Yes, it's a miracle. It might seem to be a miracle, but it is so. Yes, and
Which
that's
state?
why
America, which state?
5,000 people live together as one family in the nature, sharing their skills for life. And now we are ready to accept international youth, to create international peace village, to create together the nests for really human, loving, happy life. This is what we are here to suggest to all of you. And of course, our blessings from Siberia and Russia to entire world and to your wonderful idea of putting together the spiritual movement. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for patiently answering all the questions. Over to Shagufta ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And for inviting our next speaker, I would first like to invite Professor Sandeep Srivastava. He is the project leader of the International Interfaith Conferences of the Chief Justices of the World. So over to Mr. Sandeep for rest of the proceedings.
Thank you so much, Shagufta Shweb ma'am, for this opportunity. It's my proud privilege and honor to introduce a very renowned and powerful judiciary member from Africa, Honorable Mr. Justice B.J. Odoki, Benjamin Joseph Odoki, who has been the Chief Justice of Uganda for so many years, and in this capacity, he has been very kind to attend our International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World every year that we organize. We are extremely grateful to your Lordship for sparing your most valuable time for this International Interfaith and Harmony Conference, and we will remain grateful for this very kind gesture. Honorable Mr. Justice B.J. Odoki was born in Dhaka village, Busia district in the eastern region of Uganda on March 23, 1943. In a family with modest means, he studied at King's College, Budo, and graduated in law from the Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. In 2001, he was appointed the Chief Justice of the Uganda. He is also a member of the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague and a judge of the Administrative Tribunal of the African Development Bank. Justice Odoki is chairperson of the editorial board of the Uganda Law Reports and is also a member of the honorary editorial board of the Commonwealth Law Bulletin. He has published several books and articles on subjects ranging from criminal justice and human rights to constitutional development. He has taught law at Matkari University, where he later served as a member of the University Council. For many years, he was chairman of the Uganda Law Council. He is the recipient of several awards, including the Uganda Independence Medal, the Lucknow Peace Award, the Order of Merit of the Old Bodonians, the Distinguished Juris Award of Uganda Law Society, and the Distinguished Juris Award by the Nigerian Association of Democratic Lawyers. He has attended the international conferences of the Chief Justices of the World since 2003. Until last year, he has attended this conference for 15 times. He has also very instrumental in bringing the members of the African judiciary in our conference. So we welcome Honorable Mr. Justice B.J. Odoki as well as the friend of CMS in this conference. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. And now we hope that you will bless us with your inspiring address. May I most humbly request Honorable Justice B.J. Odoki to please unmute yourself and join this conference. Your Lordship, we cannot see you on screen, so we humbly request to please join. A humble request to Honorable Justice B.J. Odoki. We are waiting for you, sir, for your address. May I have Mr. Justice B.J. Odoki? Earlier he was appearing on the screen, but I don't know what happened now. So we once again request Honorable Mr. Justice B.J. Odoki to please appear on his screen and address this International Interfaith and Harmony Conference. Let me call.
I think Justice B.D. Odoki must be facing some technical glitches at his end. Here, I would just like to tell you that the theme of our conference is Sustainable Development through Religious Inclusivity. Sustainable living is to seek to act pro-socially within our communities, serve others, and make pro-environmental choices towards our planet. At the same time, we should stand connected across the world. That's why this conference we have organized today, so that across the world, we have everyone connected together and we share a dialogue. Sustainability creates and maintains the condition under which humans and nature can exist in productive harmony. Sir, is it still trying to join?
Okay, then go ahead, ma'am. Okay. When he comes, then you can introduce him.
I think sir is facing some technical glitches at his end. But then the speakers who were here with us for session 1 of the day 2 conference, they were really very renowned speakers, and I really thank them for being with us and sharing their views and thoughts. And this session was really a very productive session. We all now here break and we rejoin at 4:15. And I would like to thank all the audience for actively participating and being there with us. Thank you so much.
darkness. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the need of others is not.
The representatives from the various religions who have come here today to bless our students and parents who have gathered to support us. A very warm welcome to all of you. The students of all different religions participate.
We are really happy to resume the conference. A very good afternoon to everyone here. We are really blessed to resume the conference because Sir has finally joined us. So over to Professor Sandeep Srivastava.
Thank you so much, Shagufta ma'am, for this wonderful opportunity. It's my proud privilege and honor to introduce such a renowned judiciary member of Africa, Honorable Mr. Justice P.J. Odoki, Benjamin Joseph Odoki, who has been the Chief Justice of Uganda since so many years. And under this capacity, he has been very kind to attend our International Conference of Chief Justices of the World that CMS organizes annually. Thank you so much, Your Lordship, for sparing your most valuable time and to address this International Interfaith and Harmony Conference. Justice Odoki was born in Aka village, Busia district, in the eastern region of Uganda on March 23, 1943, in a family with modest means. He studied at King's College, Budo, and graduated from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania University. In 2001, he was appointed the Chief Justice of Uganda. He is also a member of the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague and a judge of the Administrative Tribunal of the African Development Bank. Justice Odoki is the chairperson of the editorial board of the Uganda Law Reports and is also a member of the honorary editorial board of the Commonwealth Law Bulletin. He has published several books and articles on the subjects ranging from criminal justice and human rights to constitutional development. He has taught law at Makerere University, where he later served as member of the University Council. For many years, he was chairman of the Uganda Law Council. He is the recipient of several awards, including the Uganda Independence Medal, the Lucknow Peace Award, the Order of the Merit of the Old Bodonians, the Distinguished Jurist Award of Uganda Law Society, and the Distinguished Jurist Award by the Nigerian Association of Democratic Lawyers. He has been very kind to attend international conferences of the Chief Justices of the world, starting from the year 2003 until last year. He has attended this conference for 15 times. He has been very instrumental in bringing the other judiciary member of the African countries to our conference, and he is also known as friend of CMS. So we most humbly welcome respected Justice B.J. Odoki to please bless us with your inspiring words in this International Interfaith and Harmony Conference. Thank you so much, sir. We welcome you here.
Thank you very much, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. You know, Professor, you know, in this world where people who are born before computer BC, like some of us, and the modern generation of your students who are born after the computer, so the AD. So thank you very much, Professor, and I want to thank you for that kind introduction. I want to commend you for the good work you have done to bring Chief Justice of the world together in Lucknow to interface with the students of CMS and encourage them, to inspire them to look beyond the classroom to the world, have a global view of the world, and a sense of justice, unity, and development for the whole world. So I want to thank you for the work you have done, and I hope you continue doing so by the grace of God, despite the challenges that face us, like coronavirus. Well, my good friends, Dr. Jagindis Gandhi, and your dear wife, Bad Gandhi, Professor Geta Gandhi Kingdom, now the president and the managing director of CMS, young man Rosh Gandhi, now the chief executive, Madam Sumita Basu, my old friend whom I met a long time ago, now the senior principal and head for Center for School and Improvement. Congratulations. Ms. Tripathi Dwivedi, convener and principal of CMS. ASHRFABAD campus, our hosts this day, these 2 days. Eminent guests, including legal luminaries, the staff and students of CMS, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to participate in the second virtual international conference, Interfaith Harmony Conference, organized by CMS, ASHRFABAD campus. I'm grateful to Dr. Gandhi and his dear wife and the CMS family for inviting me to participate in this important conference to promote peace and unity in the world. As we know, peace is not only the absence of war, but absence of tension and conflict. And without harmony, there cannot be peace and sustainable development. Interfaith harmony is not only important in creating peace and sustainable development, it is also crucial in maintaining political and national stability. We have seen destabilizing effects of religious wars and conflicts, which endanger social and economic development of our societies. There is therefore a dire need for a society which consists of various or diverse religions to promote peaceful and harmonious environment to avoid conflict and chaos. We must cherish and promote love for one another. The Bible says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And I'm sure other religions do the same. We must cultivate a spirit of accommodation, tolerance, give and take, compromise, and reconciliation to resolve any conflicts or disagreements. We must respect other people's faith and be willing to cooperate and support any projects that they may even engage in. We need to care for one another, irrespective of our religions. We need to come to the aid of the vulnerable people and groups and to lift them up so that they can live in a decent life. In other words, we must not leave anybody behind. We must teach our children the fundamental values on which the various religions of faith are founded, and built. This can be found in various religious teachings and documents. We must teach our children human rights. And these human rights are universal, they're international, they're interdependent, and they're indivisible. They don't belong to only one group, one religion, one race, one country. They all are the blessings which God gave to humanity. They're inalienable. Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which we know very well in 1948, states that everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, and freedom to manifest, which means to practice his religion or her religion by teaching, by practice, and by observance. This is a fundamental right for everybody to enjoy according to his conscience or her conscience, without interference, without discrimination from anyone. We must establish legal frameworks that supports and guarantees the freedom to practice one's faith through constitutions and other laws enacted by Parliament. You heard that I was one of the architects of the Uganda Constitution of 1995, and we made sure that the Bill of Rights in Article 4 enshrined all the fundamental rights guaranteed internationally and regionally. And no person should be discriminated on account of religion, race, or ethnic background, because all must be equal before the law, and of course, we are all equal before God. And as you know, you always say, God is one and humanity is one. In Uganda, institutional frameworks have been established to forge and provide and promote interfaith harmony. Uganda consists of about 80% Christians, 10% Muslims, and another 10% of other religions, Hindus, whatever, and all this. Our motto, the motto of our country says, "For God and my country." The national anthem of Uganda starts saying, "Oh Uganda, may God uphold you. We lay our future in your hands." Therefore, Uganda is a God-fearing country, and God is indivisible. He is not a respecter of one religion or the other, but respecter of all. In Uganda, again, we have established at least 2 institutions to promote interreligious harmony. The first one is Interreligious Council of Uganda, established in 2001. That's the year I became Chief Justice of Uganda, not that I established it. It is an indigenous, national, faith-based organization uniting all efforts of religious institutions to jointly address issues of common concern. It is constituted by the Roman Catholic Church, the Church of Province of Uganda, which is the Anglican Church, the Uganda Orthodox Church, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Born Again Faith in Uganda, the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'i, and the Methodist Church, among others. The program of this Interreligious Council focuses strengthening coordination of the multi-religious responses to common challenges, including HIV/AIDS, peace, human rights, conflict transformation, and good governance. The program also includes environmental governance, family care and gender-based violence, peace, justice, national reconciliation, and interreligious institution for peace. We also have another organization, the Uganda Joint Christian Council. This is also a faith-based ecumenical organization that was established in 1963 to provide a platform for its members to work towards greater mutual understanding and unity of purpose. It provides a forum to articulate and address issues of common concern, including peace, building, health, education, social, and economic justice. It focuses on peace and consensus building, conflict transformation, mediation, negotiation, democracy and good governance, economic, gender and social rights, health, education, capacity building for the civil society organization, etc. It is one among the 5 civil society organizations accredited by the National Civic Education Program and has delivered civic education in 151 sub-counties in 15 districts. Yes, this is very important because dialogue, education is part of dialogue, and dialogue is part of education. Its current membership of Joint Christian Council include the Church of Uganda, which is an Anglican Church, Roman Catholic Church, Uganda Orthodox Church. The membership of the churches recognize the need for Christians to witness together and to live in harmony. I'm speaking of this because basically we need not only to discuss value objectives, purposes, objectives, but we need also to discuss institutional framework, legal and institutional framework, which to address this matter. Because religious conflict is very sensitive, it can be disastrous. It can lead to disastrous consequences. As I said, it can lead to war and conflict, and destabilize development and peace. And therefore, it is good that institutions be established within each country to bring together these interfaith organizations to understand each other, to educate their followers, to live in peace and harmony, because that is a value which we cannot sacrifice for diversity. Diversity must be diversity in unity, or unity in diversity. And so I want to commend CMS for organizing this conference, better future. And there cannot be a better future unless they learn to live together in peace, irrespective of their differences. Schools are factories for manufacturing peace and harmony amongst the community. That is where we learn values. That's where we learn skills. That's how we get visions. And that's how we think of our country. That's why, for instance, my country, we say, for God and my country. So with those few words, I want to thank you very much for inviting me for participate in this conference. I'm glad I was able to join you despite my other duties. As I told you before, I'm chairing a commission to prepare a draft constitution to form the East African Political Confederation. And we're busy moving around countries, the 6 countries in East Africa to form a bloc, a federation of East Africa countries. I'm pleased to share with you these thoughts. And as I said, I believe in institutional building. Without institutions, the countries cannot be stable. Persons come and go. But as, for instance, the Gandhis have built an institution, it will live beyond them. So institutions are very important. In addition, second, institutions are ideas. And as we say, an idea whose time has come can never fail. So I thank you very much, and I wish you the God's blessings, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are really very grateful to you, sir, for being a part of this conference, joining despite all odds, and making the first session of today's conference so productive. You rightly mentioned, sir, that we should promote harmony and love and not indulge in conflicts. Instead, teach our children moral values and universal human rights to make them independent global citizens. And we should establish freedom of all religion in our society and countries. We once again thank you, sir, for being with us. Over to the interactive session team, if we have any questions for sir.
Yusha Gupta, ma'am. Sir, I would like to ask, can religion act as a powerful force to change behavior towards more sustainable lifestyles? I repeat my question.
Can it change, sorry? Can religion change?
Can religion act as a powerful force to change behavior towards more sustainable lifestyle?
Shall I answer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, that is the crux of religion. Crux of religion is to make people better. We don't belong to religion just for dancing and enjoyment. It is the values which are embodied. Religion was created not for hunting. It was created to mold human beings into the image of God, if you like. Values which bring them together as children of God. It must change your lifestyle. If you believe, if you belong to any of those. If it doesn't change your lifestyle, you are not. You don't have any faith. As a Christian, I say, love your neighbor as you love yourself. You know, now that is a commandment, which one of the prophets said. What does it mean? You must not only look at yourself. You are part of society. You must give. You must be able to give to those who don't have anything. You must be honest. You know, you must have integrity. You must be somebody who not only who respects himself or herself, but whom other people respect because of the deeds you do. You know, in the Bible, of which, of course, some of you may not be Christians, the Bible says the will tell you from the fruits you produce. So we'll show who you are. And it is religion and other things. These faiths are there to mold you into a person who values not only God, but humanity and all the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Over to Shagufta ma'am.
I thank you, sir, for answering that question. And with this, we come to the end of first session of the conference, of the Day 2 conference. Over to Ms. Masooma Rizvi for rest of the proceedings. Thank you.
Good evening and Jai Jagat everyone. Moving ahead with the proceedings of the day, it gives me immense pleasure and utmost joy to chair this session of such an august gathering present with us. It is indeed overwhelming and happy to witness the interactive participation from our enthusiastic audience who, through the exchange of ideas and questions with the eminent speakers, not only made it a lively affair, but also celebrated the spirit of our interfaith dialogue. Interfaith comes to be a force for positive change in the world. People of many faiths can draw inspiration from their respective traditions to live sustainably, and these efforts cross-pollinate each other and encourage coexistence on our shared planet and in this land. The earth can be in balance, and a more conscious, aware human society is the key to making the change. After all, Mahatma Gandhi very profoundly quoted, "Be the change you want to see in the world." With this powerful reflection reverberating in our hearts and minds, we hope that this session too will be dynamic, engaging, and thought-provoking. I now welcome our first distinguished speaker for the evening, Dr. Suhail Muhajir, who's the head Junior Youth Empowerment Program and Value Education at City Montessori School. Dr. Muhajir has been instrumental in developing curriculum and training of administrators and teachers of school in India and abroad. Dr. Muhajir is the author of many books, including Manuals for Administrators and Managers. His area of interest include leadership, management, moral capabilities, and performance. Even during the CMS Vision 2025 Summit, Dr. Muhajir introduced the fascinated audience with structural changes and possible outdoor activities that could be introduced in the academic year. We are honored to have you, sir, with us this evening and can't wait to take meaningful insights from your presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Trapti Dwivedi, who is the organizer of this wonderful international conference, gave me the opportunity to say a few words on the Junior Youth Empowerment Program, which is one of the outstanding features of education at City Montessori School. This program was launched at the City Montessori School maybe 7-8 years ago with the aim of helping the junior youth to become conscious subjects of their own growth, so that every day they not only improve morally, but also intellectually, physically, emotionally, and socially. In every domain, they improve and they take charge of their own development. this was one of the major aims of the program. And the second aim of the program was to help the junior youth to work or train them to work for the betterment of the world, and also how to learn how to live peacefully and in accord and harmony, with others. But the questions, that need to be answered now are, first of all, why the junior youth? Why not children? Why not the young adults? And what do we mean by the junior youth? In our program, in the Junior Youth Empowerment Program, the phrase the junior youth refers to young adolescents in the age group of 12 to 15. We strongly believe that if we really wish to change and transform the world, we need to closely work with this particular age group. But why? Why this particular age group? I'm sure that many of you are familiar with Piaget and his work. He believed that children up to the age of 11 and 12 are not capable of, understanding complex abstract concepts. He was of the opinion that, around the age of 7, children enter the third phase of their cognitive development, which he termed as, concrete operational stage. And this stage starts at the age 7 and continues till children, reach the age of 12. He believed that, when during this particular period, children move from being, egocentric, individuals to more sociocentric, beings, and they not only learn to express their own views, but they also listen to other people's views and opinions. But still, they don't have the skill or the mental powers to understand abstract concepts. But he said, when children become 11 or 12 years old, then suddenly, we can see many changes in them. One is that they begin to understand, abstract concepts. To prove, his points, Piaget experimented with a lot of, tests and games to find out, whether a child had reached, the fourth stage of development, which he called, operational. The fourth stage of, cognitive development. Now, one of the tests that he did, and I find very amusing, is what he called as this third eye problem. He asked a group of children in different age groups that if they could have a third eye, where they wanted that eye to be and why. So most of the children up to the age of 11, they all said that, they wanted the third eye to be on the forehead, in the middle of, their forehead. And they couldn't come up, with any valid reason as to why they wanted the third eye to be there. But when he asked the same question from, 12-year-olds, they were more, inventive. Some of them suggested that, a third eye placed on the hand could be useful for seeing, round corners. So you see, this is a major step in children's cognitive development that takes place around the age of 12. They begin to be more inventive and they begin to think they understand abstract terms and concepts. And also, if you look at children in the age group of 7 to 11 or 12, you find that for the most part, they are not rebellious. And you're usually quite happy with whatever, their parents buy for them. And you're not fussy at all. But when they become teenagers, there is no way that they would allow their parents to choose their clothes for them. They become interested, in brands and develop their own peculiar fashion sense and preferences. It's again, around this age that children begin to undergo a lot of physical and emotional changes. They start growing tall and gaining weight, their voices break, their bodies change, a lot of hair starts growing everywhere on their bodies. And because of the surge of hormones, they become emotionally volatile. They become angry very fast, fall in love every other day, and also begin to form their own, peer groups. And the behavior and attitude of the members of these peer groups greatly influence the thoughts and actions of junior. We also know that it is again around this time that children begin to see the contradictions in their parents' and teachers' behavior and thoughts. We tell our children that watching TV is not good for them and that they must study at night. But we ourselves keep watching movies on TV till late in the evening. Now, if watching TV is not good for children, why is it good for us? So teenagers become aware of they also become aware of our superstitious ideas and beliefs. We keep telling them not to wash their hair on certain days of the week, or not to eat particular food items on some days, or not to buy certain items on certain days of the week, and so on and so forth. And when they notice our superstitious beliefs and ideas, they lose respect for us, especially when we try to force them to abide by those baseless, ideas. Even worse, they lose respect for the religion that we follow, because they associate our superstitious ideas and practices with the religions that we follow or pretend to follow. They make fun of us behind our backs. They get into arguments with us and drive us crazy. But this is just the beginning of our problems, with the junior youth. Now, with advancements in the field of technology and with the creation of many forms of social media and many new games and other means of entertainment, our society and the nature of our youth are rapidly changing. Our youth have all these desires for material objects, and they want to be entertained continuously. You ask any teenager at any time during the day as to how they are or how they feel, and the answer is, I am bored. They are bored all the time, and they need to be entertained continuously. Now, when our junior youth, so early in their lives, lose interest in moral and spiritual themes and concepts, it is time for us to worry about the kind of future that they are going to create for the next generation. So it was because of all these factors that this Junior Youth Empowerment Program was introduced at the City Montessori School. And the beauty of the program is that it's not conducted by teachers or coordinators of the program, but it is conducted by the older students who are trained to be the animators of the program. And it is they who sit with their groups of the junior youth and study the books that are especially designed for this program with their students. Teachers and the coordinators of the program have very little to do with conducting the sessions for the junior youth groups. It is the animators who themselves are students who conduct these sessions. At present, we have about 13 books, of which we usually use only 3 in our program, simply because children have so many other subjects to study, and we are given very few periods to interact with them. Now, the students who finish class 8 and are about to go to class 9 are trained by coordinators of the Junior Youth Empowerment Program in different campuses of the school, and they become the animators of the students in class 6. And the same animators stay with the same group of children for 3 years. It's like this, that students in class 9 are trained to work with maybe 5 to 10 junior youth in class 6, they sit together, they study the book that is decided for that particular class. And when they finish the year, the students in class 9, they go to class 10, and their junior youth students from class 6, they go to class 7, but they stay together. The same animator teaches the same group of students when they're in class 7, and then the next year, the animator would be studying in class 11, and those junior youth would be in class 8, and still the same animator continues, studying a different book, with the students. Now, when we train the animators, one of the things that we stress on is helping these animators to develop spiritual perceptions. Now, many of us, because of the influence of materialism in our culture, many of us have forgotten that there are more things in life than money and spending money and being continuously preoccupied with the thought of accumulating more and more wealth. And because of that, most of us spend our whole life running after the materialistic aspirations, and we don't want this to happen to our junior. We want them to have spiritual perceptions. So during the training sessions that we have for them, there are certain passages from the holy writings that we share with them to help them understand what the reality is. For example, I have written here one passage that we study with them. The passage says, "Indeed, the chief reason for the evils now rampant in society is the lack of spirituality. The materialistic civilization of our age has so much absorbed the energy and interest of mankind that people in general do no longer feel the necessity of raising themselves above the forces and conditions of this daily material existence. There is not sufficient demand for things that we should call spiritual to differentiate them from the needs and requirements of our physical existence." So we try to make them understand the importance of being spiritual, noble, and moral human beings, and how important it is for us to create this balance between our material development as well as our spiritual development. We want the junior youth to understand that no matter how far the material world advances, it cannot bring about the happiness of mankind. Only when material and spiritual civilizations are linked and coordinated will happiness, be assured. And then, another very important component of the Junior Youth Empowerment Program is its service program. Again, we have these dichotomies. For instance, should I serve now and study later, or should I study now and serve later? And we want, the junior youth to understand that we can do both. They can study, or they can study and serve and help others at the same time. And this idea of, walking the middle path is taught to them in many other areas. For example, should first we change ourselves, and then when we do that, automatically the society becomes better? Is that the case? And we explain to them that this is not the case, because if all of us change ourselves, our society doesn't become good by itself. Society has its own institutions. Society has its own organizations. And it's not enough for all of us to become fair-minded and just. The institutions of the society should also undergo transformation. They should, enact rules and laws that are based on the principles of justice and fair play. So only when individuals and the institutions of society simultaneously change, then there is hope for humanity. So these are the concepts that are discussed with the volunteers who want to become the animators of this program. And again, to answer this question, why we have chosen this particular age group, 12 to 15, is that this period determines to a great extent what kind of people these junior youth will become. Now, people do not start smoking or drinking at my age. We usually acquire most of our bad habits when we are junior youth, when we are very young. We can also become altruistic and morally oriented individuals at around this time. So the reason that this program is so important is that it helps children not to develop bad habits and become moral and service-oriented individuals. Another thing that we try to help these animators understand is the concept of spiritual and intellectual excellence, that we not only should try to become highly moral and good human beings, but we also must try hard to attain intellectual excellence. Now, we have observed, and also, Dr. Geeta Gandhi, conducted an empirical study to see if the program had any noticeable effect on the attitudes and behavior of the animators of the program. And it was observed that the animators of the program not only greatly improved their academic performance, but they also completely changed their behavior and their concepts and outlooks on life. Now, in most of the campuses of CMS, many of the prefects, head boys and head girls are usually the animators of the Junior Youth Empowerment Program. And a very interesting thing that is happening now is that some of the animators of the program, after completing their studies, come back to us and offer their part-time services as volunteers and as assistant coordinators of the program. And we place these volunteers in different campuses, and they are doing an excellent job. And we are hoping to get, many more volunteers in the years to come. So overall, as I said before, we have realized that if we really want to bring about radical and lasting changes in the world, the answer is to work with these particular people. Because if at this stage, children are given new ideas, if are trained to be individuals who are conscious subjects of their development, who are encouraged to reflect virtues in their behavior and attitudes, if they are again stimulated to strive for intellectual excellence, then we will have a different kind of society. They will be the builders of a new world order. There are many other things that could be discussed and said, but I think I should stop here to give a chance to some of you who might be the coordinators of this program to share your experiences with others, or if there are questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your meaningful insights. You very profoundly explored the complexities governing the lives of our junior youth. You very rightly emphasized on the instrumental role of Junior Youth Empowerment Program, where it definitely enhances the power of expression and assists the junior youth to understand the profound and complex concepts that affect various lives. You very rightly stated that JYEP also develops a sound moral structure and spiritual perception which assists the youth in guiding their decision-making process and actions in a positive way. Lastly, you very clearly advocated that through experiencing the spirit of Junior Youth Empowerment Program, students can live an integrated life where they can balance their spirituality with material life and also simultaneously enhance their intellectual, social, emotional, artistic, and moral capabilities. We now have the question answer session, so I request the designated team to please proceed further.
A very good evening, sir. We would like to know from you that what aspects of today's youth make you hopeful about the future?
Sorry, I was saying that young people are very impressionable. If they are trained properly, they can become the agents of change and transformation. They can bring about complete changes, not only in their own personal lives, but also in the life of the society. The things with the junior youth group is, as we said before, the junior youth are greatly influenced by their peers. They make their own groups, and the behavior and attitudes of that group influences them to a great extent. So one idea that is practiced in the junior youth empowerment program is that the junior youth are trained in small groups. The idea is that when a group of people collectively are trained to be good, to be moral, they continue to encourage each other, to moderate each other's behavior, and they protect each other in a way. So when we train our youth to be different, to have high goals in life, and to try also from this age to be service-oriented, to play a role in bringing about changes in the society, they will grow up to be different, and they will create a different world for the next generation.
Thank you, sir. I request Ms. Vidya Yadav to unmute her device and ask the question.
Good afternoon, sir. Very well explained what is the Junior Youth Empowerment Program. And my question is, the role of all the stakeholders are very, very important. Their involvement, their participation is very important for the success of the program, for to see the change in the youth, But my question is how we can involve all the stakeholders, especially the parents. Their involvement is more important for so that the children can grow, the children can transform the society. So my question, how we can involve all the stakeholders like administrator, in charges, coordinator, teachers, and especially the parents in our society, in our school, so that they can see the change in their children and they can also support the program. For the success of the program, involvement of their parents is very, very important, what I feel.
Well, search me. I wish I had the answer to that question, but it's happening slowly, and more teachers and administrators are becoming familiar with the program. But it's not easy. There is so much, stress on purely, academic, side of students, developing the academic, achievement of the students, that many other areas are neglected. But, I can see a lot of improvement, a lot of, positive feedback from the administrators. They are beginning themselves to see how the program not only changes the behavior of the animators and the junior group, but also helps them to do much better in their academic studies. The program makes them focused. The program makes them committed. The program helps them to set very high aims for themselves. And I was talking a few weeks ago with one of the principals in one of the bigger campuses of City Montessori School, and she was telling me that when they try to appoint head boys and head girls and prefects and others, they try to go for the best students, and inevitably they end up choosing the animators of the program, because it's proving that the program, when it is implemented properly, it can bring about radical changes in the lives of these students. So it is happening. More and more people are becoming familiar with the program, but it takes time. And we have to be patient and continue educating each other, sharing our experiences with each other.
We'll take the next question from Ms. Juhi Saxena.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And Jai Jagat to everyone. Jai Jagat, sir. My question is, I'm Juhi Saxena from City Montessori School, Rajendra Nagar, Campus 1. And my question is, what can be done to ensure that freedom of religion or belief in education contributes to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals?
This is very unfair. You were supposed to ask simple questions. It's a very difficult question. Can you repeat your questions, please?
Sir, actually, my question says that since we are paying so much emphasis on the freedom of religion and the belief in education, so how do we ensure that they are contributing to achieve the sustainable development goals?
This is actually, one of the major problems of our time. I don't think, we have freedom of religion. We usually blindly follow the religions into which we are born, which is fine. I mean, I have no problem with that. But the point is that at some point in our time, we also have to realize that basically, as explained by some of the speakers before me, basically, religions are one. If God is one, and if all the prophets come from the same God, then religions cannot be many. But the thing is that, we human beings, we are very good at corrupting everything, including religion. We divide religions, we add our superstitions to religions, and, religions that are supposed to be positive forces that they can bring about spiritual transformation in the world, they become, the opposite. They become oppressive forces. They begin to divide people, to promote hatred, to promote disunity. These were not the functions of religions. God sends his prophets to teach us to be kind, to be loving, to respect everybody, to help everybody. He doesn't send different prophets, to make us continuously fight with each other, have communal riots. So, because religions are all good. They are all divine in nature, but we are bad, and we divide these religions, and we corrupt these religions, and then we turn them into very oppressive forces. And unfortunately, this is affecting the views and attitudes of our young children and youth, because they see the superstitions and the foolish ideas that we have added, to our belief systems. And because those ideas don't make sense to them, they reject religions altogether. You might have seen in your own children, in your own students, they're least interested in going to temple or to mosque or to their places of worship. They have completely lost interest in all these activities. They're only interested in their medias, WhatsApp and Facebooks, and they spend their whole time on these things. So I think programs like the Junior Youth Empowerment Program are very important to make children realize that they have to, if they really want to understand religion, they have to go back to their holy books. Because it's those holy books give us a spiritual perceptions, not what our priests tell us, or not our parents tell us, or not what our teachers tell us, but the holy words in the holy books are the statements that give us a spiritual perception.
Thank you so much, sir. It's really good to see the active participation of our audience. Over to Shagufta ma'am. Sorry, Masuma ma'am. I once again thank all our audience for making this session very engaging and interactive. Moving over, I now welcome our second esteemed speaker for the session, the very talented and phenomenal Ms. Mariam Mutamidi. Ms. Mariam is a Virtues project facilitator who has worked with schools across India to support their implementation of the Virtues project, a character education initiative that has been utilized in over 100 countries and endorsed by the United Nations. Before this, she worked with the United States Department of Education, the Washington, D.C. public school system, and several US-based non-governmental organizations. She's a graduate of the American University School of International Service. Currently, she's pursuing her master's in development education from University College London. Within CMS, she has trained campuses on the language of virtues and led virtue sharing circles with staff, teachers, and families. She's passionate about character education, social emotional learning, and the well-being of school communities. We welcome you, ma'am, and look forward to an enriching session with you. Over to you, Ms. Mariam.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. Wow, for that very, very warm, almost over generous introduction, but very kind of you, and such a joy to be with you all today. So many familiar faces in the audience as well. So I believe that the moderator might have my slides. If you can just please put those up. Thanks everyone for your patience. Okay, wonderful. They're just coming in and they're visible to me. I hope they're becoming visible to everyone else just now. Essentially, what I'll be speaking on today is global citizenship education, the Virtues Project, and religious inclusivity. And so I hope that this will be a very interactive session in the sense that I won't be speaking for all too long. I'll be speaking for a short amount of time, and then I'll hand it over to you all to please go into breakout rooms, discuss different topics. Then we'll come back into the main room and speak together. The slides are showing up a little bit blurry for me. I'm not able to read them. I'm not sure in the audience, are you able to see them or are they blurry as well? You know what, that's okay. I assume you all be working behind the scenes to try and work on it. Otherwise, I'll just read off the slides. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so that first slide there is the question of what is global citizenship education. So we've all heard this term a lot, especially with regard to CMS Vision 2025, GCE. And as is written here, global citizenship education, or GCE for short, is a transformative vision for education. So I'll just read off the slide in case it's not visible. In the words of Oxfam, the purpose of GCE is to equip learners for critical and active engagement with the challenges and opportunities of life in a fast-changing and interdependent world. It is transformative, developing the knowledge and understanding, skills, values, and attitudes that learners need both to participate fully in a globalized society and economy and to secure a more just, secure, and sustainable world than the one they have inherited. So clearly there's quite a lot to unpack there. But in essence, you know, we are living in a fast-changing, globalizing world. All sorts of different issues are coming to the forefront of education that perhaps have not been there ever before. And there's a new way in which we should approach education in order to, you know, prepare our learners to sort of be effective contributors to our society. So we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So global citizenship education essentially has three components. The first of those is knowledge. So knowledge refers to the subject areas or topics that we directly teach about. Secondly, in that red bubble, you'll see there's the bubble of skills. So this is abilities. You know, we're all very familiar now with the idea of the 6 C's. This would fall under skills that are necessary to, you know, develop global learners. In addition, you know, strong reading and writing, consultative skills, teamwork skills, all of those are there. And finally, in that blue bubble, we have values. So this is the why. This is the way in which we engage. So empathy, tolerance, justice, you know, those values that are so important for global learners. So this is a bit abstract, I can understand. Let's take the example of religious inclusivity specifically and look at what these three different areas will look like: the knowledge, skills, and values. We can go to the next slide, please. I wonder if the media host wouldn't mind just unsharing and resharing. Oh, actually, it's just become quite clear for me. I can see. In the audience, can you share a thumbs up if you're able to read the slide, please? Just so I can see whether it's there. Showing for you all. Is it visible? Okay, some thumbs up are coming. Good, good, good. It just became clear. Okay, so hopefully it remains that way. But yeah, so with the idea of religious inclusivity, let's begin first with knowledge. What knowledge, we can impart. So again, this is just very practically what would show up in a lesson with regard to religious inclusivity. So let's say it's knowing at an intellectual level about different religions and ideas around religious inclusivity. So this is something that should be included within our lesson plans. And of course, all of us within CMS at least would know that this is there. This could include studying history of different world religions. Many questions can be explored, including who were the founders of different religions? What are their central spiritual teachings? How do they view ideas of prayer or worship? Where are their holy places? Where are pilgrimage sites? And what ideas do different religions have in common? Secondly, we have this category, skills. So skills, these are just a few, not an exhaustive list. Communication, effective and respectful communication with people of different faiths or no faith at all. Self-awareness and reflection. Conflict resolution. Strong reading, writing, and analytical skills are all there under skills category. And finally, this last one, last but not least, the values. So just a few are written here. Justice is one, desiring justice for members of all religious communities. This is something we should really have our students hold as a value dear to them. Tolerance, accepting differences with love and rejecting all prejudice. Respect for people of all faiths and religious backgrounds. Unity, seeking peace and unity in all circumstances. So justice, tolerance, respect, unity, just to name a few, are some values that would be important through the GCE lens. We can go to the next slide, please. So I want to focus in on this last category of values. This is the connect now between GCE and the virtues. What's the place for all of us have been now engaging quite a bit with the virtues project for several years within CMS. So what's the connect? The connect is, that virtues are universal qualities of character that exist in each and every one of the world's great faiths. So on the left here, we have this visual that shows the leaders of different great religions: Abraham, Krishna, Moses, Zoroaster, Buddha, Christ, Muhammad, the Bab, Baha'u'llah. So in each of these different faiths, some of the social teachings change, around perhaps fasting, around different practicalities of religion. But the spiritual nature of all of the religions holds the same. And the idea that as human beings, we must develop and practice our virtues remains the same. So by focusing on this element of religion, we can inspire unity in and amongst students. Some of these virtues that are there: justice, honesty, love, respect, generosity, peacefulness, just to name a few. Of course, the ideas of oneness of religion and of unity and all are very common to all of us that are within CMS, from the all religion prayer that we all practice to commemorating different religions. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. But the Virtues Project and the discussion of the virtues specifically gives us yet another way to explore all of the world's great faiths, through a different lens. So if we just could go to the next slide, please. This is a simple quotation that I found sums up a little bit of the spirit of this entire conference. Man must be a lover of the light, no matter from what day spring it may appear. He must be a lover of the rose, no matter in what soil it may be growing. He must be a seeker of the truth, no matter from what source it come. This is from Abdul Baha. No matter what religion we follow, we must recognize the divinity inherent within each of them. We must recognize that there are spiritual teachings in each and all of the world's religions, and focusing on teaching virtues and developing our own virtues is one of the ways that we can promote religious inclusivity. We can teach religion, we can teach spirituality without favoring any one faith and without creating any disunity. So this was, as I promised, I would not speak for too long. This was the extent of my sort of presentation. Now I think what would be absolutely wonderful, we'll just go to the next slide. I hope that it's going to be visible for all of you, is we're going to go into breakout rooms. And we're going to discuss a specific virtue, the virtue of tolerance. So we're first going to read this virtues card. So you can imagine it as a physical card that has a front and has a back. The front side is the one that actually says tolerance on the top. The back side is a bit faded, it looks white. And we're going to read the front and back of it, then go into breakout rooms, which are just being made, I think, as we speak. And within that breakout room, you're going to answer 2 different questions with your colleagues that are there. The first question you're going to discuss is, how does the virtue of tolerance resonate with you? Secondly, you're going to discuss, how can we as educators teach this virtue of tolerance? So we're going to read this card, we're going to go into breakout rooms, and then once we come back from breakout rooms, there'll be time for a few of us to share what all was discussed in the breakout room. So please do feel free to take some notes down, get some ideas down while you're in the breakout room if you would like to share in the large session. So I really appreciate the help of the technical team behind the scenes trying to make this visible. And if it is in fact visible for you all, let me just call on someone, perhaps Vidya ma'am, Vidya Yadav, because I've heard you ask a question. I know you're here. Would you mind unmuting, please? And trying to read the card on the left-hand side.
The link in the chat box.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you so much. It's my pleasure to read. Shall I?
Yes, please do, ma'am.
Just a minute. Tolerance helps us to accept differences and frees us from being judgmental. It is recognized that all people have feelings, needs, hopes, and dreams. Tolerance is an appreciation for diversity, whether of culture or temperament. It leads to unity. It is being patient and forgiving when others make mistakes, while calling on discontentment to know when to stand up for justice. Tolerance is accepting things that we wish were different with humor and grace. It allows us to embrace the pain as well as the joy of life.
Thanks a lot for your helpfulness reading, Vidya ma'am.
Thank you so much. Shall I read the other part as well? Shall I read the other
Yes,
part?
I think actually, please go ahead. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Everything, shall I?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. The practice of tolerance, I appreciate differences. I free myself from prejudice. I refrain from judging myself or others. I forgive mistakes. I accept what I cannot change. I balance acceptance and justice. I'm thankful for the gift of tolerance. It broadens my horizons. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your helpfulness reading, Vidya ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. So now, again, I'll just read out the discussion questions from this virtues card. Number 1, how does the virtue of tolerance resonate with you? And secondly, how can we as educators teach the virtue of tolerance? A virtue, I think, which all of us can agree in this day and age is incredibly important, considering some of the disunity that we see in the world and the way in which we want to work against that. So with that being said, I believe you all are going to be sent into breakout rooms shortly. as we are such a huge conference, I think your breakout rooms might be quite large. So please just be courteous, take turns going around and sharing. Hopefully there'll be enough time. I think we're going to give about 12 to 15 minutes. Let's start with 12 minutes, see if you need a little bit more. Hopefully everyone will have a chance to share, and then we'll all share again in the main room. So with that being said, I will hand it over to the media host to give instructions on the breakout rooms, please. Thank you.
Are the breakout rooms okay?
Okay, I believe all rooms should be open now, so y'all can start going into your rooms.
The participants are requested to join the breakout rooms. They can join whichever room they want.
This is for the information of the audience that breakout rooms have been created, and we request all the teachers to kindly join whichever breakout room they are comfortable with. We can see many teachers joining and request the others also to do the same. These small breakout rooms will definitely be very interactive. So request all the teachers to find a suitable room for themselves and participate in the interaction. This is just for reminding the audience and the teachers who are there out that we have 20 breakout rooms. So kindly do the needful and join any one of it. Thank you. I think by now most of our teachers must have joined the breakout rooms. But if in case any one of you facing any problem, I request you to put it in the chat box so that our technical team can help you out there.
Wonderful. So we'll give a few minutes for those in breakout rooms to discuss these ideas. And here, I think, for all who are here, we can similarly just think on it, reflect on it ourselves, even if you have not yet joined a breakout room, that's absolutely fine. Think about, though, this idea of tolerance. How does it resonate with you and with your experiences? Why might it be something that's important to teach to students today? I see in the chat box, there are a number of educators that were unfortunately unable to join. I think it just so many of us on this might be what the challenge is here. We can just give about 1 minute more, please, media host, to those in the breakout rooms, and then we can call everyone back. Okay, let's please close the breakout rooms, media host, and we can bring everyone back. I know some, again, unfortunately, were not able to join the breakout rooms. I think it's just because we're such a massive conference and perhaps, these technical issues do happen. So thank you all so much for your flexibility. But we'll bring everyone back now, and you will still have a chance to share in the main session.
I request all the participants to leave the breakout rooms and join the main session, please.
Thanks a lot, Mao. I see people are joining again. That's great. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back from your breakout room discussions.
We'll wait for a few more minutes as participants are still joining back.
Sure, ma'am.
Start with the further proceedings. We have most of the participants back in the main session. Ms. Mariam to take over for further proceedings. I invite Ms. Mariam to take over for further proceedings. We
Sure,
have
ma'am.
most
Thank
of
you
the
so much.
participants back in the main room now.
Sure. So let's go right ahead then. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you everyone for your flexibility. I understand that breakout rooms can be quite a complex endeavor when there's so many of us, but trust that you all had fruitful discussions in there. So essentially we just discussed, this virtue of tolerance. It'd be wonderful to hear from you all a little bit about what you have discussed. So please feel free to raise your hand and I'll call on those whom I am able to see raise their hand. So in sort of that interim period just now, someone had very kindly shared some feedback in the chat box sent directly to me, but unfortunately I lost connectivity. I've just logged back on, so I've only just come again. I think it was Ms. Vertika Mishra. So if you'd like to just share it again, copy paste it one more time so I can see it in the chat, I'd be happy to read it out loud. Anyone else also. So let's take some time to do this. I believe I saw Charmine, ma'am, from Aliganj 1 raise her hand. Would you like to share, ma'am? If so, let me just unmute you.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Jai Jagat, ma'am. And in the breakout room, basically, ma'am, we were just pondering and reflecting upon the fact that how tolerance resonates with us. Like as women, there should be a thin line drawn as to what should be tolerated and what shouldn't. And as
Recording
we are living
stopped.
in a 21st century and we are talking about women empowerment nowadays, and especially with children, we reflected upon the thought that how we are as teachers trying to be a role model for them, trying to with our behavior
Recording
trying
in
to
progress.
imbibe in them the quality of tolerance with our own behavior, as they are good imitators rather than being telling them in like just vigilant on our behavior as to we should carry this quality with all of us. Thank you, ma'am.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for your courage, ma'am, being the first one to share in front of our great big conference. Very courageous of you, and your thoughtfulness, discussing that we have this virtue of tolerance, but it does not mean that we tolerate absolutely everything that happens to us. There's also the virtue of justice, which is incredibly important, right? So there has to be justice. There has to be fairness. It's not just, especially as women, accepting everything as it is, right? Of course, there's a balance in all the virtues. So wonderfully said. I think Miss Anita Gupta, ma'am, if you would like to please share, I'm just unmuting you. And next to share will be Miss Shangala Khan. I'm also unmuting you, but please wait until Anita ma'am is done.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. So the first question was, I'm from break room number 3. It said that how does the virtue of tolerance resonate with you? We had a number of people who had various views. So the ones who actually, sort of the ones whom I could summarize were like not being judgmental, being respectful to others, accepting each other's differences, and above all, as just now my previous colleague said, being tolerant doesn't mean that we agree to anything and everything. Instead, it means to disagree, but respectfully. That is what tolerance, that is how tolerance resonates within us. And how we as educators have been teaching the virtue of tolerance by practicing it, first of all, ourselves, by being the role models. For example, one of our colleagues, she stated an example saying that in a model class presentation, a child forgot to speak. And she said that she motivated the child, she encouraged the child and said, that child, it is very natural and you can speak again. And the child was absolutely thrilled. So this was one of the things. And the other colleague, she said that in remedial classes, they make groups. And in groups, a child who is very good in studies is made, like we have animators in the same way, they become their mentors and they help the children who are not so very good in the studies. So this is how we are trying to teach the children tolerance. Thank you very much.
Beautifully said, ma'am. Thank you so much for your diligence in the way that you noted down so many ideas from within your group, and you have now shared them with all of us. So it's great to hear. And again, this same idea has come up, that it's not a matter of accepting anything and everything, but it is a matter of, even when we have disagreements, even when we have difference of perspective, difference of religion, difference of background, still finding unity, finding love. All of those things are there. So thank you so much, Anita ma'am. Please, Shangala ma'am, go right ahead. And then after that, Vertika ma'am. I'm just asking you to unmute. And then after that will be Soma ma'am.
Thank you so much. First of all, the first question, how does the virtue of tolerance resonate with us? For this question in our group, we discussed and we came out that first of all, the tolerance, it acts like a tool to create peace in the world. And then it was that we should accept one difference, help us to accept the differences that we are having among all. And then it was that one of the teachers, she spoke that tolerance begins from our home, that we are learning this act in our home around us. And the last one that we discussed, that about being the tolerant, and we should learn, we should teach that when to be tolerant and when not to be tolerant. Fine. And how to educate the children. One of the teachers, she explained that we should be an example to prove that how we can be tolerant, and then explaining the act of the tolerance, and then how to act and react calmly with the actions or reactions they are giving to the people around us, and then channelize their energy in that sense. And one of them, she said that if we should be tolerant only if it is giving us peace of mind. So not just like that. If it gives you the peace of mind, then be tolerant, otherwise don't be. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you a lot, ma'am, for your openness sharing. I think this idea is there that, to be tolerant does not mean to just tolerate other people, right? It means to appreciate diversity. It means accepting differences without being judgmental. So obviously this has real relevance to everything that we're talking about right now with religious inclusivity, because it's not just this idea that, oh, I'll tolerate people who are different than me. I'll exist alongside them. I might be bitter, but they'll have some other feeling than I have, and it's fine. It's not that idea. It's in fact accepting with love, the way that they choose to worship God or the religion that they choose to follow, and looking to find what are the commonalities. How can I make sure that that religion and that religious community feels included in the spaces that I create? It's not a sense of just, the negative way that the same word tolerance can be taken, right? So I think that's also a distinction that you all are very wisely making. I'm so glad to see that in the chat box as well. There's a lot of activity there of what you all are thinking about. So let's hear from a few more. Vertika ma'am, please, you feel free to go ahead and share. And as I'd said, Soma ma'am will be right after her. I've just asked you to unmute. So go ahead, Vertika ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am,
Or here's Soma ma'am. I'm sorry. I think Vertika ma'am is just going to go before you and then you'll go right ahead.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to share at this platform. I really agree with you with whatever you said. Like when we religious tolerance, when we as a community exist in the society, different religion are there. So when we start practicing tolerance, understanding develops. This thing I strongly believe. So when we start understanding each other, obviously things fall in place. So that is why I wrote in the chat box that when we are practicing tolerance, just a minute, ma'am. Each teacher as an educator practices tolerance in order to first envision the consequences as well as objectives of any innovation. We as teachers, we as educators are every day coming up with new ideas, new strategies, and whatever are the implications of that strategies, we with a very positive note, we are tolerant towards it, and you can say reflect on it and improvise the things. So a lot of patience and a lot of tolerance is there, and we play a vital role. We become the role models for our students when they see that every day we are improving on things, we are making it better for them. So they also learn to tolerate the consequences of each decision that they have taken up, or each step or each action they have taken up, and at the same time they learn to be very mindful of their own actions towards the community. So this is how we are really leaving an impact on these minds, on these small children. So I, as a junior youth coordinator, I have experienced it with my junior youth groups, wherein the animators and the junior youths interact continuously, and they interact continuously, and they are very tolerant to each other. So wherein they learn all these things, they learn it from their role models, the teachers who are practicing these tolerant strategies, and very patiently trying to understand what is the reason, what are the thought processes of the other person. So you very rightly said, ma'am, that tolerance is nothing but it is agreeing to disagree. Even if we have disagreements, we go ahead and we try understanding each other. So that's very important as an educator, as a teacher. So yes, it does resonate with our personalities. Thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to share my opinion.
Sure, Vertika ma'am. No, wonderful. Thank you for your openness, sharing, for connecting it to the junior youth program, which we had just learned about also a little bit from Dr. Sohail, and the relevance of religious inclusivity in those spaces. Wonderful to hear your inputs. Soma ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I was in room number 1. There we discussed about tolerance. To be tolerant means that you accept other people's opinion and preferences, even when they live in a way that you don't agree. Tolerance also means that you don't put your opinions above others, even when you are sure that you are right. It's also accepting others. At times, we teachers also learn a lot of things from our students.
So tolerance means giving space to others, listening to others also. And we even discussed that we are having this interfaith seminar every year, that God is one. We should not discriminate between Hindus and Christians and Baha'is. Then why are we not removing the column of religion from all the documents, government documents, whether you have to fill an appointment letter, whether you have to go for your child's admission, everywhere you have to mention your religion. Why can't we have only nationality? One of our teacher also said that when we go abroad, we introduce ourselves that I am from India. We don't introduce ourselves that I am a Hindu, I'm a Baha'i, I'm a Sikh, I'm a Christian. We feel proud that we are Indians. Then why do we have to mention that in all government documents and in all admission forms, and on all job forms? We should do that. Thank you.
That's a very, very interesting point you've brought up, Soma ma'am, and thank you, for your openness, sharing perhaps a question that none of us might have the answer to, but we would have thoughts on. And I think there within India, because there is generally a culture of religious tolerance, a sense that there should be respect for people of different religions. It's there in the Indian constitution, that secularism essentially means keeping the same distance from each and every religion. Now, whether or not in all practicality that's always there, it might be a different thing, but in the heart of, I think, like the government of India and the way that it has been created is with this in mind. And it is the truth that in some places, in the world, it has been seen where if people are specifically noting down their religions, that could be something that is misused. I think potentially, though, because our religions are generations and generations and generations old, potentially because they're also identifying factors, for some people, perhaps it is close to their heart and it is something that's worth identifying by, either for government purposes, personal purposes, to note down there. Again, whether or not this has been misused, I mean, it definitely has been. My own family is from Iran, and after the Islamic Revolution, essentially putting your own name down as Baha'i became a very challenging thing. There have been contexts in the world, of course, where being Jewish, noting that down could be a harmful thing. But I think if we create tolerance within India, within our schools, within all of that, whether someone notes down that they're Hindu, that they're Muslim, that they're Sikh, that they're Baha'i, that they're Christian, it should not matter. It should just be something that we could say, oh, I understand something about you. I love that your religion does this, that, or the other. It wouldn't be a cause of division or disunity because that culture of tolerance will already be there. But you've given us something very interesting to think about, Soma ma'am. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, lastly, let's hear from the last raised hand. I think it's Neelu ma'am. Then I'll read some of these in the chat box, and then we will just go through the last sort of closing of the session. But please, Neelu ma'am, go right ahead. Just giving you permissions to unmute.
Thank you so much, Mariam ma'am. And whatever I wanted to say, you answered it so beautifully. We could just see the example of tolerance right over here when there was a difference between the thoughts. Maybe Soma ma'am has said things from her point of view, and you explained it from your point of view. So the word tolerance is such a beautiful word. I don't know, when we talk about tolerance, why all the negative things start coming in your mind, or you start thinking of differences only. There can be differences. For example, if I have to say something and if somebody else is explaining something to me, so it can be why it is like this, that everything can be right or wrong. It can be right from your point of view, and it can be wrong from others' point of view. So there is no absolutely right or absolutely wrong thing. So that is tolerance. When you give space, as Soma ma'am also said, when you give space to others, when you listen to their thoughts, and when you respect them, that is tolerance. All the time having argument or giving your point of views, that this is my point of view, but respecting others, this can be your point of view, but I wanted to say this. That is tolerance in my and when we could just right now, I saw this example. You explained everything so well, respectfully telling that government might be having some other point of view why they are mentioning it. So that is my point of view regarding tolerance. Thank you so much, Maria ma'am.
Yes, well, thank you so much, Neelu ma'am, for your openness, sharing, and for your kind acknowledgement. I think Soma ma'am, you so beautifully put what you had said also, in that spirit of tolerance, because it should not be a false tolerance that really we are attached to our ideas, but we kind of pretend to be listening to others or pretend to be open. No, we should have humility in what we believe. We really should be seeking out the truth, appreciating differences, not just looking like we're appreciating differences. We really should see what are other people's opinions, what is the truth, because God is one, reality is one, but we each have a different viewpoint on that reality. And it's only when we all share our perspectives and appreciate the perspectives of one another that we can arrive at the truth. That's my humble, understanding. So just reading a few points, that are shared here in the chat box. To be tolerant, we should be good listeners, from Aditya Shukla. From Pratima Ghosh, tolerance is a virtue that makes peace possible. Absolutely true. From Rupali ma'am, intolerance is the cause of chaos. Tolerance needs to be practiced for a peaceful existence. From Mamta Tiwari, tolerance should be fair. Absolutely, it's related to fairness. It's related to justice. I think Raj Pavli from RN1 has answered the second question of actually teaching tolerance, and has written, as teachers, we can make our children listen to stories and real facts of people who have tolerated a lot in their lives, and then also reach the aims as they were good listeners that had the virtues of patience and peace in them. Our children should know that they should respect everyone's feelings. Very true. Just a few more I'll read here. We should be tolerant with slow learners. Yes, we should appreciate the differences. Perhaps it's those slow learners that make you take your time and think through the material in a different way. Instead of punishments, rewards have magical impact. Lastly, Huma ma'am said tolerance is acceptance and understanding. Sonal said it's allowing other people to say and do as they like, even if they do not agree to it. Nazia ma'am said, in practical terms, being friends with people of different religions. That's absolutely right. If we look at our group of friends and we realize that here we are in a conference about interfaith harmony and about religious inclusivity. If all of our friends are from our shared religion, well, perhaps then that's something that we can note, right? That's something where we perhaps can practice making friends of other religions, learning about their backgrounds, what all they have, really putting into practice what we're discussing here. So there's many, many more things that you all are very kindly putting in the chat. Please do keep it up. However, I will just ask if the media host could kindly put my slides on, just so I can be sure that we finish up fairly promptly. I've just got one slide left about how we can teach students this virtue. Just a few ideas from my end. But please do continue in the chat. It's great to see the enthusiasm. So how do we teach students the relevant virtues? In this case, the relevant virtue, singular, is tolerance. So these are a few examples I've seen around CMS. So number one is morning assemblies. We can take up videos, activities, and discussion topics on the given virtues, whichever we choose. In addition, there are virtues sharing circles, which many, many campuses already have. Within a virtue sharing circle, you take about 1 hour. You focus on one virtue, whether it be among teachers or students. You read the virtues card, you explore the arts related to that virtue. It could be videos, music, poetry. You have breakout rooms where students or teachers can discuss that virtue and its relevance to their lives. And lastly, finally, speaking the language of virtues. So through instructional language, teachers, educators, we can acknowledge students in virtues relevant to religious inclusivity. For example, we could say, great job in practicing respect for their religion, right? Or I see your sense of tolerance in the way that you appreciate differences. So we can think about it, of course, in the spirit of efficiency. Sometimes these virtues acknowledgements come out a little bit briefer, but practice the language of virtues. What do you want to acknowledge in students? If we can just show the next slide, please. Here there are a few virtues that are complementary to the virtue of tolerance with regard to religious inclusivity. Media host, would you mind please just clicking the next slide? Wonderful, thank you. So tolerance is still there. Additionally, you can see the virtues card for respect, unity, and justice are also there. All of these, are available. If you get the Virtues Card app for free, you can have access to all of these cards. So let's just go to that very last slide now. This is my thank you, all of you, for your generosity of time, for your enthusiasm. I see many of you are still messaging in the chat box, excited to read through those now. And if there's any way that I can be of further assistance, I am absolutely full-time with CMS, any virtue circles, any, global citizenship initiatives, I'm happy to be there. Please, this is my email address here with my CMS ID. Feel free to reach out. No question is too small. So please let me know if there's anything that I can help out with. And other than that, thank you for your time, and I'll hand it back over to the media host. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mariam, for your time, effective ideas, and constructive presentation. The key takeaways from your presentation remain that whatever are the various challenges, we need to innovate, work collaboratively and creatively across borders and disciplines and with ethics. You, along with the audience, clearly propounded the fact that tolerance is respect, acceptance, and appreciation of the rich diversity of our world's cultures, other forms of expression, and definitely ways of being human. Certainly, global citizenship education sees beyond the world's political borders and ideally starts at an early age. By encouraging our students to share their opinions and explore their values while respecting those of others, we are creating a foundation for a contributing global citizen that lasts a lifetime. We very humbly thank you, Ms. Mariam, for that enlightening presentation, which definitely invoked active participation from our audience. Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we come to an end of the second session of day 2 of our virtual International Interfaith Conference. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers and enthusiastic audience for making this conference worthwhile and worth remembering. I now request Shagufta ma'am to take over for further proceedings.
Thank you so much, Masuma ma'am. Music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. It's the universal language of mankind. Where words fail, music speaks. It is the strongest form of magic. So let's all witness and hear a melodious song from the students of ASHRFABAD campus.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting out for me, that I call my own. To the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. is a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with the things from far away. Special things I compile, each one glad to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
That was indeed very musical and electrifying. One tree can start a forest. One word can frame a goal. One candle can wipe out darkness. And a true leader has a confidence to stand alone. The courage to make tough decisions and the compassion to listen to the need of others is an art. The quote above said is very much filling to our most respected founder director, Dr. Bharti Gandhi, who, by the quality of her actions and the integrity of her intent, provides us with endless encouragement, support, and guidance. With these words, I would like to welcome our Badi Didi to bless us with her words and propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, Badi Didi.
Thank you very much. It gives me immense pleasure to extend the vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have assembled here. At the event of second virtual interfaith harmony conference, I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to convey my heartfelt gratitude to our young and inspiring CEO, Mr. Roshan Gandhi, for his address and presentation. I would also like to thank all the eminent speakers of the session, which include Miss T.K. Garbo, Professor, University of Sydney, Australia, His Holiness Acharya Dr. Lokesh Muni, founder Ahimsa Vishwa Bharati from Jain religion, Honorable Shri Vidyanath Das, ISKCON, Germany, Honorable Justice Dr. B.J. Odoki, former Chief Justice of Uganda. I would like to thank the participants of this session for radiating a source of energy within us. I will even remain grateful to you, Madam. Thank Madam Mariam, Dr. Suhail Mohajer for being with us today and actively participating in the session. Lastly, I'm much thankful to the convener and Honorable Principal, Mrs. Trapti Dwivedi,
all our dear students and staff members who always stand by us and motivate us to keep performing better with each passing day. We feel proud and thank each and everyone for making this event a successful one. Jai Jagat!
Jai Jagat Didi, thank you so much for blessing us and proposing the vote of thanks. Moving ahead is the last thank you scroll, where we would like to thank some of the people who have really worked hard and made this conference a successful one. So over to the technical team for the credit scroll. With this, we come to the end of second virtual International Interfaith Conference. I once again thank each and every one of you for being a part of this conference. Thank you and Jai Jagat.
Record